welcome to my channel. I'm gonna wait a few minutes to see who's here. I want to wait a little bit. I'm unannounced one more time. I'm gonna try to announce my next live, people. I'm gonna do what I can to announce it ahead of time. I thank you to all of you who have sent me information, who have sent me screenshots from the documents, meaning you don't assume that I've read every single page of this document, but instead point out to me what you think I may have missed. Hey there. Hey, Cracker Jacks, Mama, Sandy, Toodles. Welcome, Sandra, Sandy. Seawood, thank you for coming. Guys, Nancy, also Monique. Sun Cycle, what's up, man? I'm gonna play your song as soon as a few more people come. You know, let me go ahead and do it right now. Guys, this is Sun Cycle, Sun Simon. I forgot to link to his channel. I'm gonna show you his channel in a minute. I'm gonna play to you Janie's Got a Rake, the updated version, featuring Janie McKenzie and Mike the Man. May I add, I have a vocal part in here. So call me and Janie co-writers alongside Sun Cycle on this masterpiece, this absolute masterpiece, people. Darlene, hi. GSP, Jerry Lynn. Guys, too many. I can't believe it. This must be a good time for me to do a live. And of course I'm doing it because the Drunk Turkey show is about to have Daniel's interview, right? And I figured that I don't want to watch this shit alone. I don't want to sit somewhere and take notes and listen to a bunch of insanity without you guys here, giving me some sort of support where I can look at my own chat. And when I hear something stupid, I don't have to watch their chat, them being in agreement with it. Because to be honest with you, the chat that, well, you know what? Okay, when I say to be honest with you, it's normally because I think I shouldn't say it. So in this case, let me say it in a different way. That's actually, I need to be inspired by what I read. Otherwise, I'm not doing it. Okay? So give me 1 second. What a great surprise to have so many people coming now. Lindsay. Yes, it's gonna be me live watching, but be aware, people. We may be a few minutes behind because I will stop the tape. I will stop the video. When Daniel says something that I want everybody to pay attention to, I'm gonna do that. Without any further ado, here is the updated version, the latest of Janie's Got a Rake, featuring the rap of recording artists Janie McKenzie and Mike the Man. And here's my intro.
I don't like to be on camera. I don't like my picture taken. I'm just a quiet person that just wants to be left alone, and I mind my own business. I'm just a hermit.
Janie's got a rake.
Could you stand Lilly straight?
Janie's got a rake.
She was terrorizing them.
Janie's got a rake.
Little Jackie knew.
Janie's got a rake.
Uh-oh, there she comes.
She's got so much to do.
He folded his arms. He was in defensive mode immediately.
Driveway needs a pool. What did her daddy do? What did he put Jack and Lily through? They said when Daddy was arrested, they found In front of helicopters running, now that Janie's got a Rake, Fluffy's never gonna be the same. Janie's got a Rake, now what's she gonna do? Filling up potholes or clearing for a pool. Observing Jack and Lilly, she's tracking Jack's bugs, hitting them with snowballs with Danny's on the rucks. Couldn't stand those kids, couldn't stand Lily's scream. She said you couldn't take it, no, we don't know what you mean. Janie's got a Rake, now she's flattening the drive. She's so full of love, she's working through the night. Earl's lost, she's the boss, now he's got no wife. Janie's got a Rake, she's got no life. Someone called me a rescue, cause Fluffy needs saving. Trapped in the RV with Janie's raving. Fluffy wants to play with the kids outside, dreaming of the woods or an RV ride. Janie's got a Rake, now she can't stop speaking, and the more that she talks, the more she's leaking. She's so clueless, she don't understand. Look out, Janie, here comes my demand. Statement analyst inspired by fire. Nothing gets past him, you just don't buy it. All of the BS Janie's leaking. Here's a new one, she is speaking. Janie's got a Rake.
Come on, Jackie. Come on, Jackie. Let's go, Jackie. Let's go, Jackie.
Janie's got a Rake.
It's all I hear out here.
Got so much to do.
Her eye was breaking that night.
Driveway needs a pull.
That's where the footprint was found.
What
Oh my
did
God.
Danny do?
In the mud where I was breaking.
What did he put Jack and Lily through? They said that Danny was arrested. They found him on the pipeline trail.
Pipeline trail.
In front of helicopters running, now that Janie's got a Rake, Fluffy's never gonna be the same. So, oh my God, look at such a dumbass. Jordan is crying because his dad needs a hall pass. I'm sure that the kids have been taken. Malay is hiding them on the reservation. Mike calls BS, it's not in the language. I listen from Australia with my Vegemite sandwich. Jack and Lily deserve the truth to be known. Peeling back the layers till the truth stands alone. Our hearts are breaking for the heart of Belinda. Her heart don't know, but Janie can't remember. Little Jack and Lily got the forces of angels, ripping through the lies as demand untangles. All through the night as Janie's raking. Danny's so dumb we can tell he's faking. Hillbillies can't keep the story straight. The truth will come out and we're prepared to wait. We will never forget, we will always remember. May, June, July, all the way to December. January, February, March, April, May. The little Jack and Lily, we're here to stay. What fucking bear, what blanket, what wrench. The story stinks and we're cleaning up the stench. The world's on the search, we'll follow the scent. No matter how far the story gets bent. Janie's got a Rake.
Our heart don't lie, and my heart is telling me
Janie's got a Rake.
that my kid did not have nothing to do with this.
Got so much to do.
And I had nothing to do with this.
Her driveway needs a pull.
The driveway needs a
What
tour.
did her Danny do? What did he put Jack and Lily through? They said when Danny was arrested, they found him on the pipeline trail.
All right, people. Thank you to Sun Cycle for this. Listen, guys, this is a very depressing situation. And what's depressing to me about it is not only that what happened, what I believe happened to Jack and Lily, but also it's very depressing that we don't seem to get any closer to getting results. So let me go to something I may have missed the last time, because we need to make sure we listen again and again to statements where we think there's something there. And I'm going to switch over to the Drunk Turkey show later on, as soon as he, I guess, pre-recorded the interview, and he's going to make it a premiere, right? Am I understanding this correctly? Wow, Faye, thank you. Listen, guys, it's so what I want to do, I will react to some of the statements made by Daniel. I will also stop the video of Drunk Turkey. here and there as I feel it needs to be done. So needless to say, I'm going to be watching my own chat. The chat over there is a little bit depressing for me because it's too opinion oriented, in my opinion. So apparently there are a couple of things I have overlooked the last time in the brief excerpt, the 8-minute excerpt from that interview.
That I was actually told there was a piece of a pink blanket that was found up the road in a tree. And I said, piece of a pink blanket? Like, and I put two and two together. I ran out to the garbage bin and I seen that there was a hole ripped in the bag. And
when did they tell you, Daniel? When? Okay, that's from my own video. Let me go back. Okay, let me go through this for a couple more minutes. When? Was it Friday or Saturday?
clearly there was somebody who went into the garbage or something went on with the garbage for a piece of that to be ripped out. Because usually,
you hear that?
When you look in the garbage bin, Daniel, and you see a garbage bag, usually it doesn't have a hand-sized hole ripped in the side of it.
Usually, right? Well, it's an unusual situation, right? What else is unusual? Let's talk about everything that's unusual, right? Raking a driveway in the middle of the night. Was that a usual thing? Is it usual for Janie to tell her brother, this Friday I'm not going into town? A lot of unusual things happened here. A lot of unusual things happened when Sebastian Rogers disappeared. Everything that is unusual, people, mark this as a sensitivity to get back to later. Now, if you don't know why it's a sensitivity, doesn't matter. It has to be kept there in the back of our minds or on your piece of paper or however you best remember something very specific, right? And everything is coming full circle eventually. Usually, unless there is just a massive, just a full stop, you know what I mean? And unless there is, like, for example, in the case of JonBenet Ramsey, the DA put an end to it, even though the jury voted to indict John and Patsy Ramsey. Can you believe that? But he worded it in a way that led people to believe that the jury, the grand jury, voted not to file charges, which is very misleading and highly deceptive. So they put an end to it. But guess what? Quite a few years later, one of the jurors, not supposed to, but he said, you know what? We voted to indict. Eventually things will come out. It can take 20 years. But the thing is that we have to do our legwork now. We have to set the foundation, because later on, when things unravel, we need to have our notes ready and say, guess what? Guess what, people? Here we got it. Here is that one statement. Now the puzzle, now the pieces fit. Now watch what he's saying.
That's interesting. Now, the pink blanket, when they told you about it, did they show you a picture?
The piece of the blanket? No.
Wow. So they just told you they found a piece, and you went to the garbage bin. And where in the garbage bin was the bag that had the other part of the blanket? Was it towards the top, the middle, the bottom?
These were like large industrial-sized garbage bags, right?
Okay.
And Mom would always yell at me, you know, don't put so much garbage in one bag, because I would always make the bags like really heavy, right?
Okay.
And so I had the blanket was in a garbage bag, but there was another garbage bag that was inside, right? So it was like double bagged.
Interesting.
And you could see the head.
What was he about to say? Did you hear that? Was he going to say hair? Let's listen one more time.
Double bagged.
Interesting.
And you could see the head.
You could see the what? The hair?
I keep wanting to say a hole that was ripped in the side from a hand that went down inside of it. And, you know.
Maybe I should do this from.
So I would always make the bags like really heavy, right?
Okay.
And so I had the blanket was in a garbage bag, but there was another garbage bag that was inside, right? So it was like double bagged.
Interesting.
And you could see the head. I keep wanting to say
Hair, head, or hand? Hair, hand. You could see the hand. Did you see your own hand? You could see the hair. I don't know. But he was gonna say something. There was something that came to his mind in this particular moment, guys. And he interrupts himself. When they feel the need to interrupt themselves, we need to ask ourselves why. Every linguistic error has to be noted. What was he going to say? Was he talking about his own hand? Ripping a hole in there? Who ripped the hole? Let's also listen to something else. One of the first interviews, or one of the interviews that Daniel gave when he, did you guys catch it? Hand? One more time? I saw a hand. Okay, I show it one more time.
double bagged.
Interesting.
And you could see the head. I keep wanting to say a hole.
And you could see the hair. I keep wanting to say, what? A hole?
Hole that was ripped in the side from a hand that went down inside of it.
Okay, from a hand that went down inside of it. Now, listen again.
Double bagged.
Interesting.
And you could see the head.
You could see the hand. Whose hand did you see? Did you put the blanket in there after the fact, into the bin, and rip the bag and see your own hand doing it? I don't know. What do you think? Well, I do have my thoughts, of course, but much rather your hand, the hand that planted it, Kali said, the hand that planted. Did you see the hand that planted it? Yes, I believe he saw his own hand doing it. I have stated that before. Something is up with that blanket. That is why Logan was so adamant. First interview and when Cheryl came on, or Haley, and spoke about the blanket. I believe it was Cheryl, right? She said she found a piece of blanket, or that somebody found a piece of blanket on the railing. And I believe it. I believe her. I believe her. Like 6 times she said, no, I was told. She didn't want to tell us who told her, but she was certain. So was that same piece later found in the garbage can by the police because he called them? And Logan kept saying, the RCMP, they know it was in the garbage can. No, they only knew it was there after they have been called. That's the only thing that they knew. And it was right there. And he said not all the way pulled out, but they didn't want to mention in the beginning it was visible. It was not in a garbage bag. It was outside of the garbage bag. You see, this is what got me so interested in the blanket in the garbage bin. And I didn't think much of it in the beginning, but Logan kept arguing about it. And then Daniel denied that a blanket found in a tree was Lily's. So they are guiding us towards the subject matter that I believe is really, really important. Well, there are two blankets, but one of the blankets is pink and white striped, and the other is straight up pink, right? Remember? Remember the difference that I've shown and highlighted the other day? Okay, one last time.
Or a piece that to be ripped out. Because usually when you look in the garbage bin, Daniel, and you see a garbage bag, usually it doesn't have a hand-sized hole ripped in the side of it.
That's interesting.
Right. You're telling us? Yeah, I know. A hand size. There's a hand already. The hand thing, dude. Yeah.
Now, the pink blanket, when they told you about it, did they show you a picture?
The piece of the blanket? No.
So they just told you they found a piece, and you went to the garbage bin. And where in the garbage bin was the bag that had the other part of the blanket? Was it towards the middle, the bottom?
These were like large industrial-sized garbage bags, right?
Okay.
And Mom would always yell at me, don't put so much garbage in one bag, because I would always make the bags like really heavy, right?
Okay.
And so I had the blanket was in a garbage bag, but there was another garbage bag that was inside, right? So
another garbage bag? Wait, I thought there was only one. Let's hear this one more time, dude.
In a garbage bag, but there was...
Oh, okay, double bag, right? So I had the blanket was in a look at this language. And so I had the blanket was in a garbage bag. He started by saying, and so I had. He was going to refer potentially to something he took ownership of. I had. And later he changed it to the blanket was. He's going from active to passive. I had something. But then he switches to, the blanket was it just happened to be in the garbage bag. You see, this is some serious nitpicking here. But you know what? This is what gets us there, guys. Yeah, I know. Later on, he will go into the double bagging thing. But we need to figure out if there was something else going on, right? And so I had the blanket was in a garbage bag, but there was
another garbage bag that was inside, right? So it was like double bagged.
Interesting.
And you could see the I keep wanting to say
okay, so this is now crucial to him because he keeps not finishing his sentences. So something that comes to his mind, he doesn't want to complete expressing. And you could see the I keep wanting to say, okay, but when you opened the garbage bin, Logan said it was right there. So what does it matter if it was double bagged? If there was a hole in both of those bags? So the possibility that maybe the blanket was thrown into the garbage bag shortly before the RCMP came, and a hole being ripped into the garbage bag to make it look, you see, these are possibilities we have to consider, because it is such a highly sensitive area to Logan and to him. And you could see the I keep wanting to say, okay, what do you want to say, dude? Spit it out, baby.
A hole that was ripped in the side.
I want to say a hole that was ripped in the side. Okay. Passive language.
From a hand that went down inside of it. And
from a hand that went down inside of it. How do you know the hand went inside of it? Even if you had nothing to do with it, you wouldn't describe something so intensely and so detailed that you didn't witness. You would say, I opened the garbage bin and I saw the blanket. Where was it? In a bag? No, it wasn't in a bag. So it was just by itself, it was there. Well, there was, you know what I mean? You would not say something that requires you to know what the hand did. A hand that went down inside of the bag and
pulled something out,
and pulled something out. What is something? You mean the blanket? Are you trying to be careful now? You want to be vague now that we're talking about the blanket? You see, people, these are the things that we notice and we have to notice. And now he is getting better at it, people. Remember Charmaine's live? The passive language she used? I used it as a screenshot in my last video. She actually said, Daniel, listen to me. This is exactly why you have no right to say people are all into your business or suspecting you. Because you're using this passive language all the time, right? So he is getting coached maybe by some friends, maybe by some old friends. The old friends are not so bright, but maybe he has some new friends coaching him, advising him, right? He's getting better at it, but it doesn't matter. It just means that we have to get more detailed and we have to catch more. Of course, Janie's going to say, well, if you give so many interviews, no, man. Daniel is great at speaking when he flows. He's a good speaker when he flows and very natural. Very natural speaker when it's about things that have nothing to do with anything that gets close to a sensitive area, an area that's sensitive to him. He really, really flows, and all of a sudden, it's a full stop, and it's like he's making baby steps. It's like he's jumping over hurdles. You know, have you ever seen these 400-meter hurdle runners? And all of a sudden, he's walking in baby steps, very carefully, even going backwards a little bit, and then going forwards. Yeah, so I'm actually kind of glad to see that, because I can go into the nitpicking thing, people. That's what I love to do. And I guess it's Drunk Turkey Show is going to be in 10 minutes. Yeah, I can already tell people. I can tell already it's going to be, I'm going to have to interrupt a lot. I'm going to have to interrupt a lot of times. The details, you know. And I will watch your chat, because it's going to be a long one, I think. And if I notice that one of you guys noticed something about it, well, and those of you who watch both or watch, simultaneous or switch back and forth, feel free to. Okay, let's see. I think I'm done with this part, but
it looked to be like somebody put their hand.
It looked to be like somebody put their hand.
And I ripped it out.
It looks like, and then he say looked to be like somebody put their hand in there and ripped it out. What do you mean ripped it out? Was anything ripped out that night? How about the blanket was ripped that night? How about that? And yes, I believe Cheryl when she said somebody told her the blanket was on the railing. 6 times she interrupted Logan. Said, she didn't want to tell us who told her. But she considers it to be highly credible, people. Highly credible.
The blanket was still at the bottom of the bag, right? It wasn't.
The blanket was still at the bottom of the bag, right? What does that mean?
Pulled all the way out. It wasn't anything.
It wasn't pulled all the way out. Well, it was pulled out partially. And again, we go back to Logan's first interview, guys. So I believe that night on Thursday, I believe it was at the bottom. Yeah, at the bottom of what? It wasn't anything.
Like that. So.
It wasn't anything like what? What is on your mind right now? I tell you what's on your mind. Something that may indicate that the blanket could have been used for something on Thursday night. That piece of blanket. And what happened to the other piece? What happened? See, did a bear take it? One more time.
A hole that was ripped in the side from a hand that went down inside of it and, pulled something out. But it looked to be like somebody put their hand in there and ripped it out. But the blanket was still at the bottom of the bag, right? It wasn't pulled all the way out. It wasn't anything like that. So
was the trash bag in the bottom of the can? Or
listen again.
It wasn't pulled all the way out. It wasn't anything.
It wasn't pulled all the way out. Mm-hmm. It was out. The blanket was outside of the garbage bag. Period. Right. Logan avoided answering the question. Of course, this is for my last life. But the question is, what is your problem with that, Daniel? Why is it such a problem that the blanket was out? Why is it such a problem to you and to Logan? That's what I want to know. Why was it so hard to tell us that? Let's hear also the interview where he showed us actually in the video. I have a little bit of time here.
Daniel Martel has known since the day Jack and Lilly disappeared that he was a suspect. He's been their stepfather for more than 2 years, living together in this trailer. Martel says that's why he has fully cooperated with police.
Yeah, everything from my phone, doing a polygraph exam, and just ask them to do, here you go, search everything, do everything you can for the kids, right?
Freshly unsealed court documents detail how RCMP combed through bank records, phone data, and GPS locations. Investigators wanted to know the exact whereabouts of Martel and the children's mother, Malaya Brooks Murray, in the days leading up to the children's disappearance, and cross-reference that information with the statements they gave to police. The documents reveal that as of July 16th, investigators did not believe the case was criminal. By that point, 6 polygraph tests had been done, including on both Brooks Murray and Martel. They were also done on Martel's mother, on Brooks Murray's mother and her partner, and on the children's biological
Nothing criminal, but all the polygraphs, right? So what was it?
father. Brooks Murray was given a polygraph in what police describe as an effort to eliminate her as a suspect in causing her children's
And thank you to those of you who have sent me screenshots from the documents. Don't assume I read everything in the document. I appreciate it. I will get into it at a later time. Some details. If you guys send me something, please send me the exact screenshot of what you already know that is important.
disappearance and possible murder. She passed, and so did Martel.
They have full background checked as much as they could possibly do.
A full background check, as much as he qualifies it by as much as they could possibly do, right? Meaning they don't know everything, but, you know.
I mean, I'm pretty thankful for them.
I mean, okay, got it.
To spend the time and spend the resources to try to figure out everything.
An extensive search on Martel's property and the surrounding 8.5
Now we come to the garbage bag, the garbage bin. Okay.
square kilometers has turned up only a few clues. One was a boot print matching Lily's size 11 feet. Another was a pink blanket hanging from a tree found by family members of the children's mother. A piece of blanket was also
So this is the one. This is the garbage bin, right? This is the one, people.
from a garbage bin at the end of the family's driveway.
Okay. Let's see.
Martel says it was the same blanket, but it had been ripped apart and thrown out.
I mean, it's mysterious as it is because...
Mysterious? It's mysterious. Thank you. It's mysterious. People, let me tell you something about the term mysterious, okay? There is no such thing as a mystery. Ghetto fabulous. Oh my God. There is no such thing as a mystery. A mystery, to call something a mystery means either you have given up on finding out what happened or you encourage other people to give up on it. Of course, on Netflix, wherever you go, a lot of documentaries are, contain language like that. Mystery. It's a mystery. Even back in the 90s, unsolved mysteries. Yeah, you make it sound more exciting. But the exciting thing should be to figure out where Jack and Lilly are, right? We don't have this kind of, thank you, Chester. We don't have this kind of movie type of setup where we have to sort of sell fiction to anybody. This is already occupying our minds to the degree where what more do you want? What do you mean a mystery? No. That's when you fold your arms, say, it's a mystery, man. What happened to Jack and Lilly then? It's a mystery. It's a dismissive way to tell people you're not going to find anything. It's mysterious. And believe it or not, that's also a form of avoidance. right? Because you would think that in this particular moment, he doesn't want to tell you what isn't, but wants to find out what is, right? He spends too much time telling us what isn't, and not enough time trying to figure out what is. Okay, believe what you want. What you mean online? Yeah. I don't care about online, what people say about me. I care about, and believe me, I understand their feeling when I see somebody post my videos, and I hate it when people, and there's only been a few, and they have stopped doing that. Look what this person said about you. Look what I said. I said, you know what? That's why you don't contribute anything, because you only focus on what people say about me. That's why your mind is not on this case. This is why it is so hard for me. You know what I mean? Even when I communicate with some people, when you allow yourself, because when I'm on it, I'm on it. And yeah, I notice what people say about me. I do. Of course I do. But only in a flash. And then I go straight to what is interesting to me and the reason I'm doing this. And then I see comments from people like you. And I realize that I don't give a fuck about these people. These people in real life, if I met them, I would have nothing in common with them, right? And they want to get some type of it. It's always the Karen types anyways, I don't like this song. They're all like that, you know what I mean? So this obsession with what people are talking about online, focus on finding Jack and Lilly, finding out what happened, and then your name is cleared, period. So it should be your priority to figure out how to solve the case.
The distance from the garbage bin to where the blank was found is...
Yes. By the way, I know Drunk Turkey is going to be on right now, but he probably talks first a lot. Let me see. 1 moment.
Almost 1 kilometer.
RCMP have previously...
Okay, let's check out Drunk Turkey. Because I want to make sure I get... Oh, God. Okay, live now. Here we go. Skip ad.
Opinion about this case. I'm still very much open-minded about what's going on in this case. And two...
Oh, guys, I cannot watch this. I cannot hear him speak. I only want Daniel, by the way. Like, I have no desire to figure... Like I say, I want what Daniel has to say. Daniel Martel, not this guy, not Daniel Turkey. I want to know what exactly Daniel Martel has to say. So opinions from other people, nope, they're not important. I don't want to hear them. I cannot do opinions of others. So give me a second while I go back to Daniel Martel. And you guys feel free to alert me when it's time for me to switch over.
Daniel Martel has known from a garbage bin at the end of the family's driveway. Martel says it was the same blanket, but it had been ripped apart and thrown out.
Okay,
it's mysterious as it is, because the distance from the garbage bin to where the blanket was found is almost 1 kilometer.
RCMP have previously said Lilly's blanket was sent for forensic analysis. To date, police have received 700 and...
So, give me a second, people, and thank you for watching this with me. So I figured it's much better for me to actually do this with you guys together. Oh my goodness.
No, that there was...
Okay, I'm gonna have it on. Here's what I do. Here's how I do it. I have let me show you. This is what I knew would happen. I knew they would be talking, right? So I have it on right now that I can see. Nothing yet. Cool, man. All right, nothing yet. To donate Cash App, yep, okay. Part is legal. Oh my God, the conversations in that chat. Okay, an hour and 38 minutes. Roxanne, hi Roxanne. I'm happy to have you in both. Roxanne, you represent us there. Well, but don't expect anything. You don't need to ask anything. I'm not sure if Daniel is going to be in there. Maybe he'll show up. It's possible. So I will pay attention to as much as I can. And I would love for you to point out he's an ex, but what is he, an ex what, Grandel? Is he an ex-detective? Or was he a guy that comes to the scene, does the interviews, and then lets the detectives take over? What did he do in the police force? That's my question, right? So maybe he was trained to interview people in a way that later enables the detectives to do their work. Kind of like what I am doing right now, where he is the one getting the interviews. He is doing the good cop thing, getting Daniel to warm up, getting Daniel to talk, so people like me can actually use what he produces, right? So that's always a very important thing for me. What part did anybody play in anything? Same with Chris McDonough. We need to recognize people for what they were good at, but not assume that they're good at anything else until they show us that they can do it. Here we go.
And here it is. Everybody, welcome to the show. Daniel Martel, the
audio
for Lilly and Jack. Welcome, Daniel. How are you doing, man? How's it going?
I'm still staying strong there, Daniel. I mean, every day is a new day.
Yeah.
And he keeps saying, Daniel.
I know there's been some activity recently. There's been some dogs in the area. They've been doing some searches. I know that that has been on your property. They looked at your property. So I know that there's still movement in the case. Right now, are you confident in where?
Can you hear?
Is going?
It's a little bit different from my point of view versus, the public eye. But right now, I'm fairly happy with what they're doing. I mean, they're pulling out all the stops. I mean, cadaver dogs or human remains dogs took a long time to come in, but I mean, everything's falling into place like it should. It's just the amount of time that's passed. This is, for some people, it's not fast enough.
Understand? It's a sad situation. Jack and Lilly went missing in May. I couldn't imagine how you guys were feeling in the moment of having kids missing, and then somewhat like the entire world turning against you.
Falling into place.
How has that been for you guys? Has it kind of calmed down as things gotten worse recently?
No, Daniel, it never calms down. Some of those Facebook groups, they're absolutely relentless every day.
And I mean, it appears to me, at least, when I look through the RCMP documents, I looked at what the investigators have done and what they have said flat out, that it sounds like they've cleared you guys. Have they told you guys?
No, they haven't cleared them.
That they did not believe you guys are suspects.
Listen.
I don't know if I should say this or not, but they came out and told me and Mom privately, like probably almost 3 months ago now, that we know that you guys had nothing to do with it. And
what?
we know that you guys have no involvement with the disappearance.
What?
Yeah. Well.
And it wasn't just one investigator that told us. It was multiple different times privately. So it wasn't just one investigator out of the blue that said it.
And has it always been that way? Or was there a moment, maybe perhaps in the beginning, where you felt that that wasn't the case? Maybe perhaps their eyes were on you?
I'm not sure. I think for the first month they were pretty dead set that, we need to investigate Daniel a lot. I mean, with the amount of interrogations I did, and with the sheer amount of Well, I mean, I was pretty upfront with everything. I was cooperative with everything, so it kind of made it easier for them too, right?
Yeah,
They didn't
right.
have to get any warrants. They didn't have to dig for anything. I mean, I handed them my phone. I asked for the polygraphs. I asked for everything.
You're supposed to.
Yeah, I mean, usually when somebody cooperates as much as you guys have, and law enforcement is looking into it, if they're looking at you guys as some form of suspect. And if you're looking at
Oh, he's being nice to Callie now.
all the stops and you're not finding something, that's usually because nothing happened there. So, let's back up. Let's go and start from the beginning. The kids missed school before their disappearance. A lot of people were looking at that in a suspicious manner. I know that they were seen on camera the day before they disappeared. So the fact that they were missing, as weird as it was, as far as the timing goes, doesn't necessarily mean something nefarious happened. But tell us, why weren't they in class?
Well, I know Wednesday they had what they call a PE day, which is kind of like an in-service, and so no children attended the school that day. And then on Thursday, Lilly had a cough, and I really didn't know if Malaya was going to keep them home for Friday, but kind of turns out that she did. And when I woke up that morning, I wasn't expecting the kids to be home. I seen Lilly poke her head into the room a couple times that morning. Yeah. And she didn't have a cough. She wasn't sick, not like the day before.
What?
So.
But she didn't go to school.
I wouldn't really have kept them home because they were kept home a lot because they were sick a lot during the school year. But
allergies, or is this like?
No, they just had low immune systems, Daniel. Okay. I mean, for the first, 11 weeks of school, they were sick each week. Not they brought home COVID and stuff like that. But you can't expect a kid to be perfectly healthy when they're hanging out with other children, right?
Yeah, no, that makes sense. And so it sounds like she was pretty bad the day before she went missing on Thursday.
Yeah, she did have a cough, but I was never expecting Malaya to keep them home for both days.
And so that was Malaya's decision then to keep.
Yeah, of course. She woke up that morning on the morning of the disappearance and marked Jack and Lilly both as absent at 6:17 and 6:18 a.m.
Yeah, and so the last time that they're seen is on camera the day before. What happened the night after they're seen on camera? What was that night like?
The night they were seen on camera, they were seen on Thursday. They were seen at Dollarama, and then we went to Acropole. We got some food and then brought it home. When we got home, I had to help Mom work on the fence. It took me a little while to find all my tools. Then, after I got my drill and everything else, and I helped work on the fence for quite a few hours until it was just coming on to dark. And then after it was dark, I came back inside.
Yes.
What I remember, the kids were sleeping. But when you're looking back in time, Daniel, it's hard to, kind of remember everything and get a feeling for how the night really was, because it just seemed like a normal night, right? When I thought the kids were sleeping.
But a normal night, when they tell you it was a normal night, it was a day like any other, anything but.
I could have swore they were sleeping. But
I could have swore they were sleeping. Okay, now you're backtracking and you need to say but.
It says in the documents that she had them up till 9 or 10 at night. I don't remember them being up that late, so I'll tell you that.
Were you looking at your phone or you watch at what time it was?
Yeah, I got a watch on my arm the whole time, and I never look at it, man.
Oh, but sometimes you do.
I'm always grabbing for my phone.
It's not uncommon unless you're like something specific.
Okay, I let it ride, people. I will comment later, okay?
I know a lot of people are looking at certain times where I think they were asleep by 9:30, and then documents say 10. They're like, oh my God, there's 30 minutes here that. It's a little bit of a wild expectation for people to expect to remember things, especially on, like you mentioned, on a night that was pretty normal. But that night, what time did you go to bed?
I went to bed actually a lot later than Malaya did, I think. Like Malaya was already asleep when I came into bed. I remember flicking on the light for the kids at 12 at night, or a little bit after 12, so a little bit after midnight, and both of the kids were fast asleep under the covers. So,
under the covers?
But I never got a chance to see what clothing they were wearing because the blankets were up on them, right?
Did you see the backpack?
I don't remember the backpack. the strawberry backpack, but that was always in Lily's room, right?
Okay.
Like that was always in Lily's room. Like she never took it out of there, right? That was her backpack it wasn't a school backpack. I know a lot of people think that, but she actually had a pink LOL doll, like for school, and that was her. And the backpack she ended up taking was the one that we bought for when she took to her grandmother's, right? Which would be Cindy Murray.
So when she goes on trips, this was the backpack for trips.
Yeah. She didn't take her school backpack. She took her one that she takes on trips. Trips or overnight trips or to go to visit, she would use that backpack.
Right.
Interesting.
Yeah.
And so what's the layout of the house look like? So
the layout of the house is we have the bedroom at the very end.
Okay.
And then we have Lily and Jack's room and my other kid's bedroom and the bathroom and the kitchen and the living room. So
how many bedrooms is that?
3 bedroom.
3 bedrooms. And I know some people have asked, like, Lily and Jack, they shared a bedroom. Was there a reason why one wasn't in one room and one wasn't in the other?
Well, my other kids are in the other bedroom. I mean, it really didn't matter but I know my daughter Raina and Arlo, they like to be in the same bedroom and they like to play together, right?
Yeah.
So, and it was a lot different from my other 2 kids, not having like any other kids involved like with me and being a family before this, right? So it was kind of new to them. It was kind of new to Lily and Jack as well, especially with the new baby coming in too. So it was a little bit different for everybody.
And so your other children, they weren't there that night, correct?
No, they weren't. They were there the weekend prior.
So relative to where Jack and Lily's bedroom is to where you guys sleep, how close is that? Is that?
Yeah, it's actually the next bedroom. It's actually the next bedroom over.
And you guys mentioned that you guys could hear them throughout the morning. Is that correct?
Yep.
Yes, I actually did hear. I know when it says in the documents that we heard them in the next room over, like in their bedroom. I didn't hear them in their bedroom. I heard when Lily would pop in. I heard Jack in the kitchen.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, I heard him rustling around in the kitchen. Right?
Yeah.
And
but
then when me and Malaya made our way out to the kitchen,
yes,
there was nothing moved. The chairs were still perfectly in place.
Oh, really?
There was no chairs pulled up. Usually would jump up. Food if they want to grab it.
Sorry, guys, but why would you introduce that there was nothing moved? There would be no need to do that unless that is something that is very strongly on your mind.
And, they would go in the fridge, take yogurt cups and or cereal or whatever. So, but nothing was moved, Daniel. Nothing was moved.
Sure.
Now, they're being loud-ish. I mean, loud enough for you guys to hear them. Your other daughter, Meadow, she was there, though, right?
Yeah, she was actually laying beside me with Malaya.
Did you guys or did Malaya ever tell the kids to be quiet when they were waking up Meadow at any point with their noise?
In that morning, no. But when Lily poked in, I did go, like, when, she would come in the room, because she always woke up Meadow. Same with Jack, but, I mean, that's what kids do, too, right?
Yeah. And so, some folks are saying that, they may have walked out the back sliding glass door. That seems like the only logical explanation for them to have exited the house. You had something on the
Oh, my God.
Right?
Yeah, on the front porch, where there's the front porch door, and then there's the inner door on the front. And I know for 100% they did not go out through that door. So, because when I went and got the keys and tried to come back into the house, couldn't get into the front door, right? I had to go around from the back. And then I went out through the front door.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So that's how I know they did not exit through the front. They exited out through the back sliding glass door.
Now, I've read in the documents that Malaya said something to the effect that the kids didn't always close the door behind them when they went outside. It kind of made it seem like there was times that they did. Is that accurate, or was that something that when they went outside?
I mean, the percentage that they would actually close the door behind them, it's very minimal.
But they haven't done it in the past, though,
it's usually, I mean, Daniel, even I don't close the door all the way sometimes.
Oh, okay. And so it was all the way shut.
Yeah, it was all the way shut. I mean, fully all the way shut.
That is weird.
So, And and some of the investigators, when they were here, they came all the way down to the bedroom, sat on the bed, and we had it dead quiet. And they would open up the door. Well, I think it was Mom who went out there and opened and closed the door, and you couldn't hear it from inside the bedroom, sitting on the bed with the bedroom door shut.
Dead quiet.
So,
sorry guys, I'm not gonna.
Is the door heavy?
It is heavy, but when the kids got their hands on it, they would have to put both hands on it, and they could slide it closed. So it is possible for them to close it. They just need to, work at closing it.
Now, so you wake up because there's been some time that you guys haven't heard the kids anymore, correct?
I woke up when Malaya woke me up. I'm pretty sure it was her who woke me up because
really
we both kind of like woke up at the same time.
What a coincidence!
And I remember her saying, "Yes, it says in the documents." She said, "I don't hear them." But the craziest thing was when I woke up, it was in the first 5 seconds that she said, "I don't hear them." And usually you would have to wait a couple seconds, you know what I mean, or like 30 seconds or something like that, because it could be in the fridge, because that's usually what everything goes quiet when they're grabbing food or doing something, right?
Yeah, but nothing was moved, right?
So she wakes you up. Would you have
well, I
noticed?
think she woke me up, right? We kind of woke up at the same time, but I really don't know.
Nothing was moved.
Would you have noticed if she got out of bed?
No, I would have been sleeping. I didn't even know she called the kids in absent until I got the email on my phone.
Well, I mean, you woke up when Lilly popped her head in, right? So you were.
Yes, I did. Because there's a lock on the door, right? Yeah. And I heard like the lock rattle.
So do you think though that in the time that Lilly popped her head in, and that woke you up, it alerted you a little bit, and the time that you fully woke up, do you think you would have been able to tell? So would you have the ability to tell whether or not Malaya got out of bed?
I don't know. Do you want to say that over again for me so I get I was just plugging in my phone, so I didn't hear you correctly.
No problem. So if you already have been woken up, Lily's popping in, so you've already woken up to a certain extent, maybe not fully awakened, but you've woken up to the point where you've acknowledged that the child has come in and out. Do you think in that moment, maybe not earlier, maybe not early in the morning, but from the moment that you were awoken from the time that Lilly popped her head in to the time that you were fully awake, do you think that Malaya could have gotten out of bed without you noticing?
I think she could have, but you have to remember too, the baby was laying on her arm as well. So, like the baby was sleeping on top of her right arm.
So it's unlikely that she got out of bed.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's unlikely, but it is possible. I mean, anything's possible. But I think Meadow may be woken up when she's actually moving.
Gotcha.
But it is possible, Daniel. I mean, anything's possible. This case is just an absolute circus, so anything's possible.
And so she wakes up. You wake up. What's the first thing that you do?
First thing I do when I wake up is, Malaya's right beside me, and she says, "You like hear the kids?" And then I listen for a few seconds. I said, "No, I don't hear them." So first thing I do is when I don't hear them, I get up and I, get dressed, and me and her make our way out to the kitchen. And this thing I still find odd to this day, I told investigators this, is Malaya didn't look in Jack and Lily's room when we went up, when we walked to the kitchen, right?
Okay.
So I found that odd because we both walked up together, up the hallway to the kitchen.
Yes, see Taylor.
And then I poked my head looked into the living room, didn't see the kids. I ran back to the room, looked underneath the beds and stuff, didn't see them.
Yeah,
So then we made our way outside, right? Malaya stood in the kitchen when I was running like a moron through the house looking for the kids. And we made our way outside.
Okay.
We got through the fence, and then we're standing right in front of Mom's RV.
Who's we?
And she asked me, "Should I call 911?" Right? That's kind of instinctual. You want to do that, right?
Right.
Because we don't hear them out in the yard. We never seen them in the house. We don't see them in the backyard.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know if Mom was even home or not, right? Because I thought she might have went with my Uncle Ron. So she's on the phone with 911. I run up into the woods where the cabins are. and look in the cabins, look around the area. Didn't see them. I'm screaming and yelling, Lilly and Jack, Lilly and Jack, Lilly and Jack. And then I make my way down. There's a hill behind Mom's RV. I make my way down, and Malaya's standing there. I'm not sure if she's still on the phone with 911. She might have been on speakerphone. Kind of looks like she was messaging, but she might have been on speakerphone with the this dispatch. And so I say, I'm jumping in the car. So I ran inside.
No.
Keys off the end table because there was 2 sets of keys, right? And I didn't take my phone. Well, I don't remember taking my phone because there's no service out there anyway.
Don't remember, guys. It's hard. Okay, I shut
I
up.
left my phone on the end table. I'm pretty sure I left it on the end table. Investigators would know that for 100%.
My goodness.
So I grabbed the keys, ran up to the Nissan Pathfinder, and that's when I started to search the dirt roads and the culverts, right? So I went up Lansdowne Road.
Yes, GSP.
And I already told investigators this, but that blanket was not there in that tree.
Which direction were you
That would be when I'm coming out the end of the driveway, and I'm going right toward Lansdowne Road, over the tracks, and then hanging a hard right.
So you were coming the direction that would have been visible to you, and you didn't see it.
Yeah, I'd be right at the end of the driveway. I'd take a right. I'm going up the road.
Across the railroad tracks and then the right up of the dirt road.
Yeah, that's Lansdowne Road where the blanket was found.
So when you're running around and as you're going outside and you're looking, that gate outside, is it always open? Was it unlocked? Was it locked?
Sometimes it's open.
Was it open that morning?
I do not remember that. I don't remember I don't remember.
Okay.
And so you come around.
It's not hard to open up gates anyway. They're just slide. Like, I always forget to close. My mom always reminds me, but they're just a slide and bolt lock, right?
Yeah.
There's nothing hard about those locks at all.
Well, maybe not, but I'm just kind of curious because if you can unlock it and open it, but if you're on the other side of the fence and you're small, can you reclose it?
Yeah, you can. All you do is just pull the fence close to you and then close it.
Interesting.
Yeah.
And so there may not be a clue there. So you're out there searching the woods. How long before law enforcement arrived?
I was told 12 minutes. Okay. But then when I looked at the documentation and, asked questions and dug further, it was 22 minutes, I do believe.
And were you at the house when they arrived?
I was actually, when they were arriving, I was actually coming back to the house in the car. And I couldn't park in the driveway because RCMP just stopped in the yard, right?
Yeah.
Because they were just starting to walk down and talk to Malaya. So what I did is I parked the white Nissan Pathfinder, because that's the car Malaya owns, a 2017 Nissan white Pathfinder. And I parked over on the right-hand side of the marsh, going toward Lansdowne Road. There's a marsh that's right beside the house there. Probably can pull that up on the map. There's a little driveway that's right beside it. It's about 100 feet from the house.
Okay.
Around
here.
Yeah, that's actually the marsh. And there's a little driveway right on the left-hand side right there, yeah.
Okay.
That's why I parked in the white Nissan Pathfinder.
Okay.
And then when I jumped out of the car, the RCMP yelled at me from in the yard, right? Because they could see me clearly.
Yeah.
And they said, Daniel, don't go back into the woods. So at that point, I didn't go back into the woods. I walked over to the house and I went down and I was talking to my mother because the RCMP just, officers just swarmed Malaya.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so they asked you to stay there. They asked her to stay there. Did they look into your Pathfinder or the Pathfinder? Did they search it?
No, they didn't at all. No.
At any point?
Not that I know of.
Now, was this the vehicle that went with Malaya? Like, I think it was towed later?
Yeah, it was actually towed by Commander of Operations. The guy's name was Josh. And he was actually pretty pissed about where they left it. They left it right at the bottom of Lansdowne Road when they left.
Interesting. And so
yeah. So he was pretty pissed about it. He said,
"Who made that claim Malaya's car wasn't running?"
He said what he said is that goddamn fucking vehicle's always in the way of the search vehicle, right? So he said, he's like, I had it towed out of here. It was White River Towing or something like that.
Okay.
Yeah, he wasn't happy about where it was left because they use that road quite a bit.
Who made the claim in the beginning that her car wasn't working?
And you don't, when it was towed, were you still in communication with Malaya?
No, and my wallet was left in the car when it was towed. And then when I got my wallet back, everything was taken out except for my actual important stuff, like my driver's license, my bank card, my health card. All that stuff was still in there, but all the other stuff was taken.
Interesting. And did the investigators ever tell you that they didn't search it?
No, they didn't.
Okay, so there's a possibility that they searched it and just that you're just not aware of it.
That is true. That could be true. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, they can't tell me everything, so.
Right. And it is her vehicle, so I'm not sure if they would come out and say, "Hey, we searched her vehicle to you."
Yeah. Well, I mean, they tell me lots of things, but it's just some things they don't.
Well, I'll ask you this: did they search your other vehicles on the property?
I'm not totally sure. For the first couple of days, like I wasn't at the house, but I imagine they did.
Okay. Well, I would imagine that they would have. That would have been a big oversight to not do that. And I'm not an assumption. It's just an assumption that the reason you don't know about it obviously is because, well, Malaya and you weren't talking. So at this point, you arrive. You know, officers are talking to
Oh my God, I want to say something, but I'm going to let it run. You guys
The
get
search
it.
team was actually fairly quickly. They actually had the command center and everything set up pretty fast. They had a lot of different, I don't know what you would call them, search teams or dispatchments of different units. There's 23 different search organizations or search teams in Nova Scotia from each area. They have a total of 23. I'm not sure if all 23 made it here, but there was some from the South Shore. I mean, a lot from all over Nova Scotia. And they had the Nova Scotia Guard called in. And the first helicopter arrived on scene within the first hour and a half, which was, I do believe I was told that's a record for making the first helicopter to a search.
That is pretty impressive, an hour and a
Yeah.
half. And the dogs.
But they had drones out. They had drones up much quicker than that. They had drones up within the first 30 to 40 minutes, I think.
Oh wow! And how long before the dogs got there?
The dogs came much later. They were there that day, but for the first, I don't know when the dogs actually showed up, but for the first few hours there was no dogs. There was no dogs in the New Glasgow area. We don't even have a canine unit in New Glasgow right now, like in Pictou County. So Major Crimes told me that. They said that we don't have a canine unit in Pictou County anymore.
Gotcha.
So a lot of the resources are coming from Northeastern Major Crimes, which is the Truro area, like 45 minutes to an hour away.
So it did take them some time to get out.
Yeah, but we had the best search dogs in the province at the house. They belong to Halifax Search and Rescue.
Good deal. And so you weren't allowed to go into the woods. Where were you at during this time?
I was actually back by Mom's RV talking to her, and we were wondering why we couldn't go back into the woods. And then a number of minutes passed. I'd say about 10 to 15 minutes passed, and a guy in military gear, it said Oliver on the back of his on his shirt or vest or whatever you want to refer to it as, or uniform, we'll call it.
Yeah.
He actually said, "Daniel, you can go back into the woods." And I actually believe he was later on. He was a canine handler, but I don't know if the dog was there yet at that point.
Understood.
Because I remember seeing him with a canine unit, I'm pretty sure, later on in the search.
And so you were allowed to go back in the woods?
Yeah, and then I immediately jumped the fence, and I was right back into the woods, and I did all the streams that were up behind the house that lead into that little marsh that's actually to the left of the house, which you showed.
Now, I don't know how true this is. I've heard rumors of this, that at some point you heard a scream and you thought it sounded like kids.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, that was later on. That would have been, it was still on that same stream path when I was walking up through the woods.
Would have been.
I thought I heard a scream, but you have to remember, I had a helicopter right above me. There was drones.
Right.
There was already people searching at this point. So I don't know if I don't know if it was actually a child scream or not.
Yeah.
But it did sound like a scream, but it could have been somebody yelling for the kids, right?
Okay.
That's possible.
There we go.
But it was so hard to tell because the way the helicopter was going, it was going slow and doing. I was like, I almost swear I could feel like the rotor wash that was coming down off the wind, because sometimes they would go pretty low because the vegetation was pretty dense, because a lot of it's not hardwood. so there's no leaves, right? It's evergreen, so you have trees that are full of needles.
Yep.
So it's much more hard to, get a good view from a helicopter through that stuff.
Yeah, no, I can imagine it being very difficult. At any point that first day, did they question you guys at all as far as maybe perhaps?
Yeah, I actually sat in my mother's vehicle, and Commander of Operations came down from the command center, and me and him sat in there.
Exactly, Sharon.
And, we went over some of the stuff we're going over right now.
Exactly.
Did you know the kids are going to be home from school that day? Would you have kept the kids home from school that day? What happened in the morning? Did you see the kids that morning? There's a lot of the similar questions you're asking me now.
Yeah, I can imagine so. And, that happened that first day. So nighttime comes in. Around what time does the search stop on the first day?
The search doesn't stop on the first day. They go right through the night.
Interesting. And when are you notified about a blanket?
If we're referring to the blanket that was up in the tree, there is actually another blanket. There is a full pink blanket.
Mm-hmm.
I was showing a picture of it, splayed out on the ground. Officer Karen Mason showed me that. She was involved in quite a bit of the, just back and forth stuff between the command center and me and Malaya and Mom and, some of the people involved, and just trying to relay information, keep us up to date and stuff like that.
And this pink blanket that they found, was it something that they found close to the house? Or?
I'm not sure the location where it was found. There was a pink blanket. There was a water bottle. There was a children's T-shirt, and there may have been a sock or socks too, shown me as well. But none of them belong to Lilly's, right? None of them are Lilly's. None of them are Jack's.
Do you know if all those items were found at the same place, or were they found throughout?
I'm not sure where they were found. I was just told that, are any of these items Lilly and Jack's? We found them during the search.
Were they photographed together?
No, they were not photographed. They were photographed individually.
Yep.
Okay, so most likely that they were not found together.
Yeah.
And around what time was this blanket, the full one that didn't belong to them? When was that one found?
That was found. It would have been during the daytime. So I remember I was actually standing on the front deck when she brought her phone up to show me. So that would have been sometime during the day. So I'm saying between noon and 4 p.m. probably.
So at 4 is when they found the pink blanket that was Lily's. That was a portion of the blanket, correct?
Yeah. I'm not sure on the exact time on that either. It would have to be after 4 because the school bus goes up there around 4 o'clock.
Gotcha. And
because that school bus, it goes up and it actually goes up and turns at my Uncle Ron's house, which is about 500 feet past where the blanket was found. So, and the bus usually goes up there, and the bus usually makes its way up there around, I don't know, 3:55, between 3:55 and like 4 o'clock.
And this bus has cameras, correct?
Yeah, the buses do have cameras. When they looked at the footage from the outside of the buses, the blanket was not there.
Interesting. And it went both directions, correct?
They both go both directions and multiple buses.
And it was not seen at 3:55, 4 o'clock when the bus passed.
No, they said they did not see it on any camera footage from the buses. So how far is the search command from where the blanket was found? From the piece of Lily's blanket that was found in the tree, the actual command center itself.
Yeah.
It is okay. When you look at Lansdowne Station Road on the map, I'll just wait for you here to set that up, and then we'll take a look. Yeah, I'll give you the exact location.
So do you see it?
Yeah. So that is. So Lansdowne Station Road. As soon as you're going up Lansdowne Station Road, you go across a little bridge.
It's this direction?
Lansdowne Station.
No, idiot, down.
This direction.
Yeah.
So Lansdowne Station Road, they go over a little tiny bridge.
Okay.
I don't know.
Right on too far?
Yeah. It goes right on Lansdowne Station Road. There's a little bridge when you're going down. And then you see, when you're seeing right around that turn there, that's where it is. You just headed on it. Right past that little dirt road there, that little gravel pit dirt road. Yep.
Why? I'm just curious, but why would they make command so far south of where you guys live? Did they say anything about that by any chance?
I'm not sure the actual reasoning for making it there. I know it's a road that's they had a long stretch going down that hill, going to the command center, so everyone could park their cars. Because there was hundreds of cars there, Daniel.
Now,
Certain vehicles they had to move in, RCMP SUVs and everything, right?
so how long after law enforcement arrived at 1027 did the command post get set up? Is that
Sorry, guys, I want to comment, but I think it's best we go through this quickly.
something that was that like the first thing that happened?
And then my second analysis will be on point.
I'm not sure. I was actually in the woods for a lot of that, Daniel. So I
Right.
don't have
No, the woods.
a clear
The
time
woods?
set up.
Where in the
A clear
woods?
time that I could say the setup
Where in the
began or
woods?
was completed.
So
What about the
time were you
pipeline?
notified, and how were you notified about the pink blanket that belonged to Lilly?
The pink blanket that belonged to Lilly, I wasn't notified at all about that. I was actually told there was a piece of a pink blanket that was found up the road in a tree, and I said, "Piece of a pink blanket." And I put two and two together. I ran out to the garbage bin,
Oh my
and
God.
I seen that there was
Yeah.
a hole ripped in the bag, and
And
clearly there was somebody who went into the garbage or
yeah,
something went on with the garbage for a piece of that to be ripped out. Because usually when you look in the garbage bin, Daniel, and you see a garbage bag, usually it doesn't have a hand-sized hole ripped in the side of it.
yeah.
That's interesting. Now, the pink blanket, when they told you about it, did they show you a picture?
The piece of the blanket? No.
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 Okay, so they just told you they found a piece, and you went to the garbage bin. And
Yeah.
where in the garbage bin was the bag that had the other part of the blanket? Was it towards the
Okay,
top, the middle,
there
the
was-
bottom?
These were like large industrial-sized garbage bags, right?
Okay.
And Mom would always yell at me, don't put so much garbage in one bag, because I would always make their bags like really heavy, right?
Okay.
And so I had the blanket was in a garbage bag, but there was another garbage bag that was inside, right? So it was like double bagged,
Interesting.
and you could see I keep wanting to say a hole that was ripped in the side from a hand that went down inside of it and pulled something out, but it looked to be like somebody put their hand in there and ripped it out. But the bag, the blanket was still at the bottom of the bag, right? It wasn't pulled all the way out. It wasn't anything like that. So
Was the trash bag in the bottom of the can or on top of like all the other trash?
it was the garbage bag. That one big garbage bag. That was like a 60-pound garbage bag, and it was that was the only bag that was in there.
Oh, okay. So there wasn't
that
any
one?
other trash on top.
No, there was nothing else on pile on top of it or underneath it.
So if somebody opened the bin, that's the first thing that they would see.
Yeah, they would be able to see the pink blanket in there. Yeah.
Okay. And so it seems like in the documents that it alludes that they showed you guys a picture and that you guys confirmed it. Was that if you didn't see a picture?
I have no idea, because I actually wasn't present at the house very much during the search because I was just out in the woods searching, man.
Understood.
Like I poured my heart and soul into just searching as hard as I could.
Oh my God.
I can imagine.
God help me.
And you're out there searching. Did you find out that night, or was it the next day, about the boot prints?
I actually found out, I think it was the next day. And then when I asked investigators when the boot print was found, they told me they weren't sure on the exact time it was found, but they thought it was found during the middle of the night.
Okay. And I know, and I made a mistake, guys, and I want to premise this is my mistake. I had indicated that this image here was a representation of what they had seen with the bare feet and the footprints. I went back and read my conversation with Daniel, so I just wanted to clarify. What he said was that this picture, he had problems with it because he couldn't understand why a third person came, but this wasn't something that was shown to him by investigators. Kind of clarify, where did this image come from?
That image originally came from Maritime Happenings. Mom actually received it from Malaya. So Malaya sent it to my mother, And
What the hell is this?
the mom and my brother came home on the ATV from where they were searching, to talk to Malaya, see what this photo was about. But it was actually Maritime Happening, which originally posted it, and that came from one of the searchers, I guess.
Understood. So it wasn't something that you saw from the investigators or from the search.
No, it wasn't anything like that.
Did they ever tell you that there was 3 prints?
I don't actually remember that, but that picture always just bugged me. And then even if they did tell me there was 3 prints, like, that doesn't make sense to me, Daniel.
Yeah.
I mean, when 2 kids are missing, they don't gain a follower to go missing with.
Right. And here, just to kind of show everybody, this is where the image came from. This is Malaya Brooks, and this was at 10:16 in the morning on May 3rd from Malaya to your mom. Your mom sent me this photo so that we could see that this is where that message came from. Now, the location of the boot prints, it's near the pipeline, kind of somewhat in the direction of the pink blanket. If we, I wanted to show you this and get your opinion on this. So the blanket was found here. There's a road that leads back up. Now I kind of just did a line here, but if you follow this road and you just follow this little path here, it gets you on the pipeline. I mean, sure enough, you're right in the middle between that road that they mentioned. Have you gone down this area yourself throughout any point?
No, I haven't. I haven't done any of that area at that point.
At any point? What about now? Like, since they found the boot print and stuff like
No.
that? Have you ever gone out here?
No.
Now,
I thought that's a lot of that area was just searched with the human remains dog, so all that was just done.
you know, the other weird thing about this though is this is a dirt road, correct?
Where the piece of the blanket was found?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's actually called the Gordon Summit Road. That actually used to be an actual road that was used quite a bit, but now over the years it was just used for, they used it for logging. There's cutovers up there and stuff like that.
They didn't find any footprints around here, right? Or the blanket?
No, not that I'm aware of, and that's all fresh gravel.
Oh my God.
That's all fresh gravel. That whole Lansdowne Road was totally redone. It's all fresh gravel. You would see any footprints that were put on there at that time.
So the second day comes, they tell you about the prints on about the boot prints.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think about those boot prints? Who do you think they belong to?
I couldn't tell you. There's a lot of kids in the area. That's what I kind of think where they came from. But to find only one boot print, the kids would have had to walk up that hill, and there's a ton of mud there, Daniel. I mean,
I will get more into this later.
And that terrain is not easy for children. Just to walk up from the road to that pipeline would have probably taken over an hour. And by that time, the helicopters would have seen them if they were in the woods.
My only problem with that is if there's mud there and it's muddy, and if somebody went out there and planted them, where are their footprints?
That is correct, too.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, the main portion of the mud is actually on the actual four-wheeler trail that's on the pipeline. All the rest of the pipeline, for 90% of it, it's all just moss and just, grass or a Martian type grass. No. But still, if you're walking along that, your footprints would have left indentations in the grass.
Yeah, I would have thought so. I mean, especially if it's an adult, that's going out there, that's heavier than these kids.
Yeah.
I would assume that they would have left some indentions as well.
My goodness.
Now, this is here that a dog handler located the set of footprints. Do you know if that's true? Like, how did they come across the footprints, in your opinion?
I actually heard the footprints were actually found in the middle of the night, and they actually had an untrained bloodhound up in that area. I'm not sure if that's what they're referring to by police dog handler or not.
Yeah.
Because there were so many dogs out there.
Yeah, I can imagine. And so, when is the first?
But they did tell me they exhausted that whole area. They sent so many searchers in. They sent the dogs in. They exhausted that area for multiple days.
Yeah. And I know a lot of people might say, oh, well, you know, this is going to your uncle's house. Maybe you planted them. I find it weird. I don't understand why somebody would plant evidence that's leading to the direction of it.
I've never actually seen the actual location of the footprint in real life.
Yeah.
So I told investigators this, and I've never seen the actual blanket hanging in the tree. I've never seen that.
Gotcha.
So
when is the next day comes? Searchers are out there. How long are searchers in the area searching for Jackie Lilly?
for the first initial search, I think it was like 6 or 7 days. I'd have to re-look at all, or look at all the actual how many days they were here for, but it was 6 or 7 for the first initial search, and then they came back the next weekend and they did that search as well. And that doesn't include when the dive teams came in. I talked with those guys after they were done, finished in Lansdowne Lake and some of the ponds and the streams, and they assured me that there was no evidence that the kids were near any water.
Interesting. And your property, I know it was recently searched with the cadaver dogs.
Yeah.
How many times has it been searched by the search team and the dogs, whether it was the first time they were out there or second, third? How many times have it looked out there?
The amount of times the property was searched was, I can't even put a number on it, Daniel, because it was constantly new people coming in and walking through the property. Like for the whole time, there was just new people coming in. I mean, there's the amount of ribbons I see around it's in the thousands in Lansdowne.
Beam me up, Scotty.
Gotcha. And so they're coming in, they're searching the property. How long before you're brought into a police station?
I was brought in. I don't remember what day I was brought in because all the days mashed together. But I was brought in by 2 investigators that were originally on the case.
Okay.
And I haven't seen those guys in a while now. We'll say that.
Yeah.
But those 2 original guys took me in, and we went into the Stellarton detachment, which is in Pictou County, not the major crimes headquarters that's in Bible Hill.
Mm-hmm.
But I sat in the room with them, and you know they bought me some food and some coffee, which we know why that was for, right? Collect DNA.
Yeah.
And you know they never had to ask me for any of that. I was willing to give them everything.
Okay.
But yeah, we ran over the timeline the 2 days prior, and I drew them a map of everywhere I went during the search.
Believe me, I'm crawling out of my skin here. I can't wait to comment.
And also we just talked about everything that led up to where I was that day, sitting down talking to them.
And was this after that you and Malaya were no longer in communication?
Yeah, this was after that, yeah.
Okay. And so, did you drive in there on your own? Did they pick you up?
No, they actually drove. Whenever they needed me, they actually came and got me.
Gotcha.
Because they wanted to know for 100% that I was coming or not, or so they always came and got me. Like I was with them every day for the first, quite a few days. Like I seen them every day. That wasn't my first interrogation though. When I was sitting in the Stellarton dispatch or Stellarton department. That was my very first actual audio recording with them. Was the second day of the search before Malaya left. I actually sat in with major crimes officers and we recorded everything that I did and everything I knew so far up there. I mean, up until they were talking to me.
And
so we actually, during the interrogation at the Stellarton dispatch, we actually went over a lot of the stuff we already did, just so they could cross-reference, right?
And how long were you out there for at the dispatch?
What was that?
How long did that interview take? Was it a couple of hours?
The original one, sitting in the major crimes van with them, that was about 45 minutes to an hour. And then, but the actual interrogation, if you want to call it, at the Stellarton dispatch, that one was almost 4 hours.
Jeez, that's extensive. And so you walk in there, they're asking you some questions for 4 hours. Did you ever get accusatory?
No, not at all.
What?
I was completely cooperative with them, and I said that, yeah, we're going to come and get your phone in a few days. You want to sign a waiver? I said, no, I don't even need to sign a waiver. I threw in my phone.
They were not accusatory with you? I thought they said you killed them.
So when did they pick up your phone? Was it that day?
No, it wasn't that day. It was actually a few days after.
And how long did they have your phone for?
They had my phone for about a week, and they actually gave me a loaner phone to use. Well, they had my phone, and then they brought my phone back, and they realized my little SIM card holder wasn't inside the phone. So they said, "Oh, we guess we're gonna have to go back and get that from the tech guys." So I used the phone for an extra few days while they retrieved my little SIM card holder.
Interesting. And
Yeah,
so they had your phone?
I don't know if that was all planned or not, Daniel.
Well, I'm sure they were listening into the things you were saying on that phone they brought you borrow.
Yeah. Well, they were free to listen, Daniel. Nothing was going on.
Oh my God.
You get your phone back. What all? I mean, I'm understanding that they went through your text messages, your bank accounts, your locations.
Uh-huh.
What else were they able to access from your phone?
Oh, they get access to everything, Daniel.
Yeah,
I mean, they probably looked. I mean, they had it for over a week, so they could have just looked through everything.
And did they have any questions referencing what they looked through with the phone after they gave it back?
No, they didn't. I didn't question them on it, and they didn't question me. They said, here's your phone back. Everything's good.
And how long was it between the time that they gave you your phone back and the time that you took the polygraph test?
I may have taken the polygraph exam when they had my phone. I remember that. It's hard for me to remember all because usually I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not pulling up date to date.
Yeah.
Right? So,
Yeah.
So with that, I know you said that, hey, I'm willing to take a polygraph test. I'll answer your questions.
yeah.
How long from that time did she say, hey, I'll do it? How long was it before you actually sat there in front of the polygraph test?
I'm guessing probably a week, but it felt like longer than that.
I can now kind of transitioning to that polygraph.
Okay.
You go in. Did they give you the questions they were going to ask beforehand?
Yeah, they actually did give us the questions ahead of time. There was actually 5 questions. I don't know why it says in the documents it was 4. There was actually 5 questions they wanted to ask, and then they would throw in questions that they knew that were that you couldn't lie on, right? Like, have you ever lost your temper? Obviously, everybody has lost their temper before, so you can't. And then you're going to say that you never lost your temper before, and then they know that's a lie, right?
Yeah.
So they could find your baseline on that. But all my questions centered around the death of the children. Are you an accessory to killing Lilly and Jack?
Yep.
Did you murder Lilly and Jack? That's all the questions were based on that.
Those are 2. What are the other 3?
The death of the children. That's a very definitive statement.
What they did was just reword the questions, differently, right?
Did they ask you, like, do you know where they're at?
No.
Oh.
No, they were just all on murder or accessory to murder. Do you know anything on the murders of Lilly and Jack? Are you accessory to killing Lilly and Jack? Did you murder Lilly and Jack? It's just the same questions, but just the orientation of the wording was just changed.
Understood.
But I didn't want questions like that. I said, let's do another polygraph, and that's of all the questions on disappearance. And I want everybody else polygraphed the exact same way.
So you suspect that they didn't ask Malia about the disappearance aspect?
No, they wanted to rule out death as quick as possible. So, because that would narrow everything down. Because if they knew that the children were deceased, that would completely narrow it down. They wouldn't have to ask them this on the disappearance.
So you take the polygraph test. Is there any questioning after the polygraph?
No, I actually did 3 polygraphs back to back. It took a total of 3 hours I was there for.
Oh, really? 3?
Yeah.
And it was the same questions over
The
and over
same
again?
questions over and over and over. And then they showed me a piece of paper at the end, and it said, it showed you all the stuff on the polygraph, and I passed.
That's crazy.
And then after that, I was taken into a separate room, and where I sat with major crimes officers, and we just talked.
And that conversation, what was the basis of it?
Oh, the conversation after the polygraph?
Yeah.
They're just chatting with a couple of major crimes officers.
Wasn't about the case in specific?
No, it wasn't about the case at all.
And so, the polygraph test is over. You walk out. how is communication with law enforcement after that?
It definitely improved, but they weren't really hard on me at all, even from the start, because I was so cooperative. You know what I mean? There was a lot of inside jokes, and it was a different experience than I think most people would think of.
Yeah.
They were actually, pretty lenient with me, like, driving fast in the car on the highway, and them guys throwing jokes out and everything like that. It was a different experience.
Good deal. But like, as far as the amount of communication, did they, after you took the polygraph test, did they continue to talk to you the same amount, or did that?
Yeah, they continued to talk to me the same amount until about, I would say, maybe 2 months in. It was after that CBC interview. You know what I mean? It kind of like tapered off after that. And then in the last month and a half, maybe last month, the officers have only or investigators have only came to me 2 times, once for the human remains dogs and once to get all Lilly and Jack's belongings from Malaya.
Yeah, that's kind of indicative of somebody who, if they suspected you, they want to talk to you as much as they possibly can.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They want you to talk as much as you can.
But you have to remember, after my visits with Meadow, I would always stop in at major crimes. I mean, I walk into the front desk of the department and said, Daniel, you can go meet him around back. Go to the back door where major crimes headquarters is.
Yeah.
So
how are things with Meadow? How are your visitations going?
My visits with Meadow are going pretty good. There's not really much I can say other than that with all the court stuff. I mean, I don't have another court hearing for almost like 3 months, I think. So.
And have you spoken with Malaya's?
Oh my God.
Actually, there was twice. First time, when she was on the run with Meadow, fled to the reserve when she wasn't being supervised. Darren called me and said Malaya's unsupervised. So then I called Malaya's phone from my aunt's phone, because I was at my uncle's at the time. Used my aunt's phone. I called Malaya's phone. Malaya picked up, and I could tell from the background that she was in a moving vehicle. So Darren was correct on that. And so then I called major crimes investigators, and I said, Malaya's on.
Yeah, Sid Thomas, are you guys okay listening without me? Should I first let it run through and then we comment, or what's best for you guys?
On the run with Meadow. And they said, there's nothing we can do, Daniel. You got to call CPS for that. I called CPS, but they were already closed. And it was actually Cindy, her own mother.
It's another 30 minutes.
Which called CPS on Malaya, which had Meadow removed.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
And so
that's something new that the public probably doesn't know.
And what ended up resulting? What happened? Did CPS find her, pick her up?
CPS went.
There is so much to comment here, guys. So much, and I have to. But who told us in the beginning Malaya's car wasn't running? I remember that somebody was in my chat claiming her car. I'm trying to remember. Was it Darren? Who was that? But you know what? Let me go through this whole thing. I have a lot. I will go through it later on one by one. I will dissect every single part of it. So I'm reading your comments, by the way, to make sure that everything possible I'm going to catch.
To her father's house, along with RCMP, I do believe. And they actually took Meadow out of her care while she was at Henry's.
Gotcha. And Meadow's been in CPS since?
She's in foster care.
Gotcha. And are there any, is there an end result in that? Do you guys think that she'll be in foster care for much longer?
I'm not sure at the moment. I mean, there's so many moving parts in this, Daniel. I'm not sure, especially with Jack and Lilly being missing in that case, because they're Malaya's children. CPS it has them included into the court case. They have them included in the court case because it's involuntary, right? Because she's the mother of them. She's connected to Meadow, so they're automatically seen in the court case.
Are there any stipulations that you have? Like, are you forced to take any drug tests or anything like that?
Drug tests, and I have to do therapy, psychological exam. What else do we have? There's so many things. I mean, I have meetings with my lawyer. That takes time too for that case.
And I'm assuming since you're still meeting with her that you're passing all these things, drug test, everything's passing.
Yeah. I do all that. I tried to do as much as I can. I even asked them the other day. We had a private conference with the lawyers, and there was a lawyer from the ministry for foster care and my caseworkers. And I asked them if there's anything extra they can do. They said, no, not right now. It's just like you already have like enough on your plate right now. Just keep up doing that stuff. Because, most days, Daniel, I'm pretty busy.
Yeah. And so, speaking of CPS, there's been a lot of speculation about the kids having been visited by CPS and things of that nature. Can you clear that up?
I will actually clear that up. I cleared it up many times online, but there's still people that seem to have misconceptions on that.
Oh, yeah.
So CPS actually did come to the house, and that was about Jack and Lily's behavior, especially at school.
Okay.
And then they were about to be diagnosed with, or be sent for the diagnosis of autism. The school wanted that, and me and Malaya wanted that as well. The main reason why CPS came out is to, give us phone numbers and give us some instruction and who could we go to learn more about dealing with their behaviors.
So it had nothing to do with a black eye?
No.
What's the story behind the black eyes? Because I think it's been something a lot of people have been asking about. That there's a multiple black eyes.
Black eyes.
What would you want to clear up about that?
I mean, the black eyes, it definitely was not from me. Daniel would come out and say that first. Come out, because I know the world thinks that, and that's absolutely heartbreaking for me to be accused of that stuff. Because, as you can see, and even in the court documents, Malaya refers to as Daniel was an involved parent, and he didn't even physically discipline the kids. If I'm not going to physically discipline them, why would I ever abuse them? That's the first thing. But the most of the black eyes were probably from Lilly, because, and I don't want to say 100% because Jack was really clumsy too.
He picked on Jack and sometimes on Lilly. That's what Malaya said.
When we used to take him to the woods, he would fall a lot. I remember one time too, Jack ran right into the doorknob on the door. They would throw stuff at each other. They were quite aggressive toward each other. Then most times
kids get hurt, but always in the eye, right? Always the eyes.
When they became aggressive, Malaya couldn't handle them. I had to come home from work 4 or 5 times just due to the fact Malaya couldn't handle the kids. And that's
how did you discipline them when you had to leave work?
Well, you can refer to the documents again. Malaya said that Daniel had a voice that the kids listened to.
Now, was this behavior of them physical? Is that why CPS was called? I mean, you mentioned there was behavior. It was
behavior at school because Jack would refuse to do things, or some days he would do it easily. Other days he would completely refuse. They became aggressive. I remember Lilly would try to pull her hair out sometimes when she would get frustrated.
Victim shaming and blaming.
So, I mean, there was just, and I'm not going to point fingers at Malaya saying that she couldn't handle the kids 100%.
Oh my God.
It was a struggle for her, man. It really was.
Yeah. And
I don't blame her because, being a stay-at-home mom isn't easy, right?
Right. No, it's not. I mean, being a parent in general is not easy. And
of course, it's one of the most difficult jobs you'll ever do.
Yeah.
Well, your voice becomes scary once the kids know what happens after the voice.
And if they did have autism and they had some behavioral issues, I mean, that can only add to it as well. And so none of the reasoning, let me rephrase this. So CPS doesn't have anything open when it comes to Jack and Lilly currently. Is that correct?
That is correct.
That's good to know. There's not an open investigation. There's nothing there.
No.
Okay. And so the cadaver dogs come out here recently. Now, a lot of people have been speculating because you had a vehicle traffic incident that occurred. I guess the timing behind that's a lot of people are kind of trying to connect some dots. What happened in the traffic accident?
Okay, we got pulled over.
I mean, not accident, incident. Accident.
Yeah, incident. That's right.
And
I only got into one accident ever. We don't want to talk about that. But yeah, the incident is I got pulled over, and the vehicle wasn't the registration wasn't in my name, but now it is. The vehicle sitting in the driveway and everything like that. I didn't receive any fines, and the car just got impounded. Went down, got it towed out of the impound, and it's all good.
oh, I thought you said no cars were towed.
And so the vehicle was there. Now I'm curious. Did you see anything out of place? Any of the body panels inside out of place? Did it appear?
No, it went.
Do anything?
No, it went straight to the tow yard. Nothing was different on it. Nothing was moved. It was just nothing was touched in it.
If investigators wanted to go through it, would you have?
Investigators knew about my vehicle being impounded. I even said to the investigator.
He said Lilly pulled her hair out, right?
Yeah, I was like, you should seize that as evidence and then give it back to me so I don't have to pay the impound fees. Like that's how much I joke with investigators, man.
Yeah. And so you got your vehicle back. The property with the cadaver dogs. Now, they show up.
How frustrated would a little girl have to be to pull her own hair out?
How much advance notice did you have that they were going to
How crazy did you drive the children?
get your property?
I didn't have any notice. I didn't know what day they were coming, what hour they were coming. It was on Monday. I literally got home.
A little girl pulling her own hair out is sort of like a person self-harming. You understand? You know what I mean? And that's trauma leading up to that. So let's keep this very, very straight here. I know I'm going to be a few minutes behind by stopping, but this is something that's also very important to notice, okay? And this has nothing to do with autism. It has nothing to do with learning disability. This is a little girl that's at the end of her ropes, that is desperate, in my opinion. Still woman enough, as a little girl, still mother enough to Jack to protect him, but suffering inside. Make no mistake about it. Every teenager that's self-harming, everybody's self-harming. Be it a little girl, be it a teenager, be it an adult. There is trauma leading up to that. Make no mistake about this one. This is a huge thing. Absolutely huge. If you're trying to tell me that the children had a good time living with you and your mom is amazing that she took them in and you gave them a home, oh my goodness, people. Now listen to me. I'm going to stop here and there. It's only 20 some minutes more. Of course, I'm going to rewind it later or tomorrow and go through everything detail by little, right? But this is a huge thing. So basically, this is a huge part of victim blaming. And why did you mention she's pulling her hair out? You're trying to say she's violent? Well, she's violent towards herself, right? What did you do about it? Did you take... Oh my God, man. They were go-lucky. That's what Malaya said. Not happy-go-lucky, because Malaya knows they had no reason to be happy at all. You don't say go-lucky. You say happy-go-lucky. Unless you cannot force yourself to include the term happy in it, because you know your children were miserable and you're not able to lie that much. You're able to lie a lot, but that much you were not able to lie, except Janie said happy-go-lucky. Why? Because she has no feeling for them, period. And dare I say she has no feeling for Fluffy either. It's selfish love. If she says, I love my Fluffy or Tucker, let him run around. Let him be a dog. You know what I mean? but this is a bad energy place, like Wade said. And that energy of Janie's, in my opinion, poisoned everything that happened, everybody on there. And yeah, CB, you're right. After this one and everything I'm doing right now, Daniel will never talk to me, but so be it, man. I have to be the voice here. I have to be the one putting it into the right perspective. Simply because they just let him talk, and I see some of the comments and they're all like, I know you didn't do anything, Daniel. Well, CB Canada is in there right now. Daniel said, I think I'm watching the comments there too, to see if there's something interesting. But you know what, man? This is a major, now he's really overdoing it. He's overdoing it in terms of painting the children as the aggressors here. Belinda said, there's nothing more innocent than a 4 and a 6-year-old. I prefer that statement. But they're like sponges. They absorb whatever they're getting. Any negative energy, whatever. It's a 6-year-old girl self-harming is a big fucking deal.
At 1 o'clock, my visit was over at 12 o'clock with Meadow. So I got home around 1 o'clock because it's an hour drive. And I pulled into the yard and the SUVs were there. The picture or video I sent you, that was at the blanket site. That's when I knew the dogs were in Lansdowne.
Gotcha. And so I know that there was news out there, you know, that the RCMP reported it to the news. So if they didn't report it, you wouldn't have had any knowledge? No, I didn't know what day they were coming. I didn't know what time they were getting, you know, from the airport or wherever, how they were shipped.
You're right. They're happy to go with anyone. Why? They are not afraid of strangers because they're afraid of their own home.
The dogs, so.
And so from the time that they did notify you, I'm assuming that they did, or did they just not?
And a lot of people are commenting now that used to be in my chat and sometimes still are and say, well, maybe he didn't do it. Pay close attention before you change your mind on anything. Pay close attention. Pay very, very close attention. It's been 4 months now, people. So it's very easy to forget some things, right? And he's getting better at talking. He's correcting his own mistakes, guys.
No, I wasn't even home at the time. They must have just came right into the yard and Mom was there but they were searching for only about an hour before I arrived on scene, like before I arrived home.
And when you arrived, they were still there searching?
Yeah, they didn't hardly make it anywhere. They must have been talking to Mom for the first little while because literally they were right up.
You're right, Deb. Wade even said you couldn't touch her head. She freaked out when you touched her head because she had 5 months tomorrow. You're right. Oh my God, it's been 5 months. Hey, Krista. Hey, oh my God. Now I forgot what I was going to say. Because when a grown man's hand got near her head, her reaction was self-defense. That was her reaction. So even when Wade just wanted to touch her head, like you do with little children sometimes, right? When they're your relatives or when you have them over with your daughter all the time, and then sometimes you touch a little boy's head, you know, or a little girl's head and just pet them, or he wouldn't let that happen because to her it was not conceivable, not fathomable that a grown man would show her positive attention. She expected something. She memorized something. And then she pulls her hair out. Right? Yeah. But they were happy there, right? Okay.
So at
my goodness, people.
By the bedroom. They were just walking around, you know. So, and then I walked up to them. I said, hey, you know, can I walk up to you and the dog, right? Yeah. Being respectful, obviously.
Yeah. And did they allow you to walk with them throughout the search?
Yeah, I did walk with them for some of it, but then I was like, I don't want to get in the way. They were asking me where they should search and stuff like that. So I just told them, do whatever you need to do. There's the beaver pond out back. There's the marsh right beside the house. Like these are wetland areas, so the ground's much softer, right?
Yeah.
So I figured, you know what I mean. Those might be good places to start for them.
Yeah. And so they're searching out there. How long was the dogs while you were there? Obviously, they were there for a little bit before you got there, but how long were they there on your property while you were there?
3 hours maybe. There was only one dog. The very first day, there was only one dog.
And did
on the property? It was a black shepherd.
And
did the handler have him on a leash, or did you let him free roam?
They free roamed while they were in the yard, but when they took them onto the paved road, they had them on leashes. The leashes were like just rope that was like 20 feet long or something like that.
Good deal. Good deal. And so the first day comes, they search, and it was just one dog. They leave. Second day comes in. Is it a different dog? Is it the same dog? Or
they brought in, I believe on the second day, they brought in both dogs.
Okay. And,
So
they searched it at the same time, or was it one after another?
They had them. They were both. Well, I kind of want to say both together, but like they weren't walking right over each other's footprints, right?
Gotcha.
So.
And so they search out there. How long were they there on the second day?
my goodness.
On the second day, they did 3 or 4 hours too, but they left a little bit earlier because they wanted to go back and do the pipeline and stuff too, right?
Gotcha.
So.
And the free roam again off the leash in the property.
Yep. Whenever they were on the property, they were always free roam.
And
they had fun chasing the cat around. Smelling the chickens. They went inside the chicken coop. The dogs actually did not go underneath the house. We lifted up, the door on the side of the skirting, and I was the one who crawled under there. I think I told you that in a message.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
They were pointing to you.
Okay, guys. So I will wait a little bit, and now I will go back into the different parts.
I'm still staying strong there, Daniel. I mean, every day is a new day.
Yeah, I hear you. I know there's been some activity recently. There's been some dogs in the area. They've been doing some searches. I know that that has been on your property. They looked at your property. So I know that there's still movement in the case. Right now, are you confident in where the investigation is going?
It's a little bit different from my point of view versus, the public eye. But right now I'm fairly happy with what they're doing. I mean, they're pulling out all the stops. I mean, cadaver dogs took or human remains dogs took a long time to come in, but I mean, everything's falling into place like it should. It's just the amount of time that's passed. It's just, for some people, it's not fast enough.
Yeah, no, I understand. It's a sad situation. Jack and Lilly went missing in May. I couldn't imagine how you guys were feeling in the moment.
Okay, guys, what stood out to you? What stood out to you so far? Because this is it for me. For now. This is it for me in terms of me now wanting to talk about exactly the things that stood out. I think that here we have such a very, I don't know where to begin. I don't know where to start, people. I don't know where to start. Well, I wasn't really streaming it live. I'm being behind, way behind. Dissecting it little by little. He thinks he got us all fooled. Okay. The hair pulling is new and highly disturbing. Well, everything is falling into place. The hair pulling part,
The traffic incident that occurred.
Yeah.
And I guess the timing behind that's a lot of people are kind of trying to point, connect some dots. What happened in the traffic accident?
Okay, got pulled over.
I mean, not accident, incident. I said accident.
Yeah, incident. That's right. Yeah, I only got into to learn more about dealing with their behaviors.
So it had nothing to do with a black eye.
No.
What's the story behind the black eyes? Because I think it's.
wait,
Are there any stipulations that you have? Like, are you forced to take any drug tests or anything like that?
Drug tests, and I have to do therapy, psychological exam. What else do we have? There's so many things. I mean, I have meetings with my lawyer. That takes time too for that case.
And I'm assuming since you're still meeting with her that you're passing all these things, drug test, everything's passing.
Yeah. I do all that. I tried to do as much as I can. I even asked them the other day, "What do you have a problem?"
It's haven't been visited by CPS and things of that nature. Can you clear that up? Like,
I will actually clear that up. I cleared it up many times online, but there's still people.
Okay, so the CPS he's asked about, right? The CPS. And he said, I cleared it up many times online. Okay. Well, he's asking you now. So, do you not enjoy getting into it? Do you not enjoy taking this opportunity to clear some things up? Because if you have seen it online so many times, I would think that now you enjoy a wider audience. And in front of this particular audience, you will enjoy clearing things up. So people are going to leave you alone and you don't have to revisit this area again, right?
That seem to have misconceptions on that. So CPS actually did come to the house, and that was about Jack and Lily's behavior, especially at school. And then they were about to be diagnosed with, or be sent for the diagnosis of autism. The school wanted that, and me and Malaya.
Really? Their behavior at school, or how they were dressed, how they were taken care of or not taken care of, it was only their behavior? That's it? Well, that's not how I understand it. How I understand it is that there were concerns about the home, right? So if there were concerns about the home, why would you not address that? And say what was done to investigate? What did the CPS workers do? Did they ask you questions? Did they, what were the accusations? When it comes to autism diagnosis, do they send CPS to your house first to investigate? And I know that there were no symptoms of autism that these children have displayed. Okay? So just because their behavior may have reflected a chaotic home life, their behavior in school, it doesn't mean we're talking about a condition here. It has nothing to do with autism. Then you say, oh, okay, that's autism. Oh, really? Okay, that's autism. That's autism. Oh, he has a black eye. That's autism. He must have run into a doorknob. You know what I mean? Autism is always a very, very good excuse a beautiful excuse for people, to mask something they don't want to get to the bottom of. Why would Sebastian Rogers run outside of his house in the middle of the night, barefoot, no cameras can see him? Oh, Chris Proudfoot told us he's like a ninja. He always wanted to be a ninja. And then they talked about, autism. Well, do you understand autism? Do you understand autistic children? Well, I guess you don't know. Maybe that's what autistic children do. Everything is autism, man. And it's so easy to get this. Daniel also said Jack was clumsy. Yep, I'm going to get to that. Jack was clumsy. Right. I knew a lot of clumsy kids growing up, but I don't remember them having black eyes. I never had one. I needed stitches on my nose because, I did run against home appliance in my friend's house. And I remember that, actually. I was like 4 or 5 years old. I actually remember that. I remember the color of it being red. It was a red... I remember very, very intensely, but I never had a black eye before, ever.
Wanted that as well.
And he said Jack had many black eyes, and that's major leakage, because they talked to him about one black eye. He said, so what? He had many of them. Dude, come on. What are you come on, Daniel, I know you're learning now to leak less, but I mean, you see, and that's also what I'm talking about in Logan's case many, many times. I'm talking about in Logan's case many, many, many times that she actually thought she was doing a good job talking her way out of things on Daniel's behalf, but she actually confirmed he had proven himself again and again. That's telling me two things. A, Daniel was the problem. B, it was ongoing. It was an ongoing situation, guys. And he did even worse when he said there were many black eyes.
The main reason why CPS came out is to, give us phone numbers and give us some instruction and who could we go to learn more about dealing with their behaviors.
So it had nothing to do
Or dealing with their behavior, right?
with a black eye.
No.
No, it had nothing to do with the black eye. Why wouldn't it? What are the school employees saying? You know what I mean?
What's the story behind the black eyes? Because I think it's been something a lot of people have been asking about, that there's a multiple black eyes. What would you want to clear up about that?
I mean, the black eyes, it definitely was not from me. Daniel would come out and say that first. Come out, because I know the world thinks that, and that's absolutely heartbreaking.
Okay, so now notice the victim card. It's absolutely heartbreaking. The world thinks that I'm a victim of false accusations. It was definitely and he didn't do a reliable denial here. Let's make this very, very clear, okay? That was not a reliable denial.
Looking for me to be accused of that stuff.
Should I go back a little bit?
As you can see, and even in the court documents, Malaya refers to as Daniel was an involved parent.
We didn't see the court documents, people. We saw a small part of them, because everything that's interesting is blacked out, and the CPS reports are also blacked out. I mean, what part is so, what part of this is so hard to imagine? I mean, to understand.
And he didn't even physically discipline the kids. If I'm not going to physically discipline them, why would I ever abuse them? That's the first thing. But
if I didn't physically discipline them, why would I ever abuse them? If I didn't discipline them, I didn't abuse, I didn't even discipline them. That's enough. But if, meaning, let's assume I didn't do it. Let's assume I didn't even discipline them. But discipline is a very broad spectrum, right? And she called you to come home because she couldn't handle the children. You're trying to tell me that the moment you came home, you had to leave work. You were even-tempered. You said, let's sit down, Jack. Let's sit down, Lilly. Let's have a little talk here. Malaya said he picked on Jack and sometimes on Lilly. So you're trying, how did you get that? Just because of your voice? Let's hear more.
The most of the black eyes were probably from Lilly, because
Most of the black eyes were probably from Lilly. Listen to that. How about the other black eyes? And when you say probably, well, what are the other options that are on your mind right now when you're saying that? You didn't say they must have come from Lilly. And that would not be natural. They didn't beat each other. She was very protective of her little brother. Yeah, maybe they had a little bit of here and there. They were, I don't know. Siblings don't always get along, even when they love each other. But you're talking about something that is very severe. To accuse Lilly of giving him multiple black eyes. Is that what you're saying to us? Lilly must have given him a lot of black eyes? You mean she took her fist like this and punched him right in the eye? Because even if she hit him in the face, that wouldn't be enough. And why always the eye? That looks more like a thumb pad hitting an eye when you smack a child around. You know? I'm looking at some of what you've written. More black eyes than birthdays. Yeah, more black eyes than birthdays.
And I don't want to say 100% because Jack was really clumsy too.
Wow. How many black eyes are we talking about, Daniel? How many times has Jack had a black eye? How many times has Lilly had a black eye? You know? That's what I'm curious to know more about.
Like when we used to take him to the woods, he would fall a lot. I remember one time too, Jack ran right into the doorknob on the door.
And what did that do? You're not telling us that gave him a black eye, right? Let's listen.
They would throw stuff at each other. They were
Okay. He one time ran into the doorknob. He's not telling us that this gave him a black eye. Notice that, please. Notice the absence of what he is trying to insinuate right now, okay? Tell me reliably how an action of Jack's or Lilly's produced a black eye for either one of them. Yeah, we heard the Tonka truck thing. We heard about that one. Okay. So he ran into the doorknob. Yeah, I ran into a man, I'm tired already. I ran into a dresser. I ran into things as a kid. Yeah, I remember that. But I didn't have a black eye. And neither did Jack when he ran into the doorknob. Okay?
quite aggressive toward each other. Then most times when they became aggressive, Malaya couldn't handle them.
But you could.
I had to come home from work 4 or 5 times.
4 or 5 times, and you mean the whole time you, who picked on Jack and sometimes on Lilly, were really even tempered, right? Why don't you tell us how you handle the situation?
Just due to the fact Malaya couldn't handle the kids. And that's why you can refer to the documents again. They Malaya said that Daniel had a voice that the kids listened to.
Always the documents. Yes, in the documents, the part that's not hidden. It says Daniel had a voice the kids listened to. But remember, what else did she say? Out of all the things she said, this is the only part we're supposed to pay attention to. Gracious.
Now,
So-
was this
They missed 41 days of school? Yeah. And right before the disappearance, Lilly had a black eye. And all of a sudden, they were sick for 2 days and couldn't go to school, right? Right? 41 days. And you think it was autism? Autism was the reason that they couldn't keep up with the other children? Autism was the reason? Really? It's easy to just go ahead and diagnose them and say there's something wrong with them genetically or whatever you want to insinuate. Yeah, you know autism, you know how it is, because then you make yourself a victim too. Because when you talk, when you use the autism card or the parent with an autistic child card, you will be able to say, you know what? Look at what we are dealing with. We are suffering. You don't know what we're going through. We are the parents of an autistic child. But you see, parents of autistic children tend to have extra work and do a lot of extra, they put in a lot of effort into raising the children. But it was the opposite there, right? So no wonder they couldn't keep up with in school. That's what Malaya initially was referring to. She's talking about they don't keep up with the other kids. If you're missing 41 days and at home, nobody, you know, of course they couldn't keep up. By the time they got back in school, they were far behind. And did anybody help them catch up with what they had been missing? You see? It's making sense.
behavior of them physical? Is that why CPS was called? I mean, you mentioned there was behavior. Were they?
Yeah, it was behavior at school because Jack would refuse to do things, or some days he would do it he would do it easily. Other days he would completely refuse.
Yeah, because he was a defensive little kid. Jack was defensive because I believe that he realized at a very early age he has to be on guard. He didn't know what was going to come next. He was being a child. He was giving worms to he didn't want to, he was whatever he was doing, what children do. He was only 4 years old. All of a sudden, Janie comes running out of the house and yells at him. So he folds his arm and says, eh. That was his way of saying fuck off to Janie, right? He didn't have the language. She mocked him. Let's make very clear. She mocked him when she made that sound. You see, I'm mocking an adult named Janie. I'm not mocking a child, a 4-year-old. Janie is mocking a 4-year-old. When I'm mocking Chris Proudfoot, may I add, he is the one mocking his stepson that has, poof, according to him, poof, he's gone. Right. So let's make this very, very clear. That was a natural reaction. Children at that age reflect what they are dealing with. Different children reflect things in a different manner, meaning there are certain predispositions, I believe, that we have, how we handle trauma. But what Lilly did is highly trauma-based. And so the court documents, yeah. Yeah, I agree, GSP. Marking a child is like kicking a puppy. I mean, it's really, really a bad thing, people.
They became aggressive. I remember Lilly would try to pull her hair out sometimes when she would get frustrated.
Yeah, that's the one. Lily would pull her hair out. Yep. I know I missed a whole bunch of part, of course. And I will see if I can get back to specific areas.
And look in the cabins, look around the area, didn't see them. I'm screaming and yelling, Lilly and Jack, Lilly and Jack, Lilly and Jack. And then I make my way down. There's a hill behind Mom's RV.
You were screaming Lily and Jack, Lily and Jack? Or were you screaming Jack? Were you screaming Lily? Okay.
Make my way down. And Malaya's standing there. I'm not sure if she's still.
And also present tense is standing there. So this is like back to the, to I believe the script that was agreed upon, in my opinion.
Still on the phone with 911. She might have been on speakerphone. It kind of looks like she was messaging, but she might have been on speakerphone with the dispatch. And so I say, I'm jumping in the car. So I ran inside.
Home Pro Electric.
Grabbed the keys off the end table. Because there was 2 sets of keys, right? And I didn't take my phone. Well, I don't remember taking my phone. There's no service out there anyway, not like I can use it. So I left my phone on the end table. I'm pretty sure I left it on the end table. Investigators would know that for 100%. So grab the keys, ran up to the Nissan Pathfinder, and that's when I started to search the dirt roads and the culverts, right?
Again, who was it that said in the beginning that Malaya's car wasn't driving and he flattened the tires because he wanted her stuck? Who was it? Somebody made this claim very early on. I paid a little bit of attention to it, but not really, right?
So I went up Lansdowne Road, and I already told investigators this, but that blanket was not there in that tree.
Which direction were you
That would be when I'm coming out the end of the driveway, and I'm going right toward Lansdowne Road, over the tracks, and then hanging a hard right.
Yeah.
So you were coming the direction that would have been visible to you, and you didn't see it.
Yeah. I'd be going right at the end of the driveway. I take a right. I'm going up the road.
Across the railroad tracks, and then the right up of the dirt road.
Yeah, that's Lansdowne Road where the blanket was found.
So when you're running around and as you're going outside and you're looking, that gate outside, is it always open? Was it unlocked? Was it locked?
Sometimes it's open.
Was it open that morning?
I do not remember that. I don't remember I don't remember.
Okay. And so you come around.
It's not hard to open up gates anyway. They're just slide. Like, I always forget to close. My mom always reminds me, but they're just a slide and bolt lock, right?
Yeah.
There's nothing hard about those locks at all.
Well, maybe not, but I'm just kind of curious because if you can unlock it and open it, but if you're on the other side of the fence and you're small, can you reclose it?
Yeah, you can. All you do is just pull the fence close to you and then close it.
Interesting.
Yeah.
And so it may not be a clue there. So you're out there searching the woods. How long before law enforcement arrived?
I was told 12 minutes. Okay. But then when I looked at the documentation and, asked questions and dug further, it was 22 minutes, I do believe.
And were you at the house when they arrived?
I was actually, when they were arriving, I was actually coming back to the house in the car. And I couldn't park in the driveway because RCMP just stopped in the yard, right?
Okay.
Because they were just starting to walk down and talk to Malaya. So what I did is I parked the white Nissan Pathfinder, because that's the car Malay owns, a 2017 Nissan white Pathfinder, and I parked over on the right hand side of the marsh. Going toward Lansdowne Road. There's a marsh that's right beside the house there. Probably can pull that up on the map. There's a little driveway that's right beside it. It's about 100 feet from the house.
So didn't he suddenly not remember if he took a phone or not? Then why mention it? Why preemptively mention not having a phone?
Yeah. Around here?
Yeah, that's actually the marsh, and there's a little driveway right on the left-hand side right there. Yep. That's why I parked in the white Nissan Pathfinder.
Okay.
Well, Belinda says there was a lot of space here to park. So I guess he parked there, and police spotted him and told him, don't run there into the woods.
And then when I jumped out of the car, the RCMP yelled at me from in the yard, right? Because they could see me clearly.
Yeah.
And they said, Daniel, don't go back into the woods. So at that point, I didn't go back into the woods. I walked over to the house, and I went down and I was talking to my mother, because the RCMP just, officers just swarmed Malaya.
Yeah.
And so they asked you to stay there. They asked her to stay there. Did they look into your Pathfinder or the Pathfinder? Did they search it?
No, they didn't at all. No.
At any point?
Not that I know of.
Now, was this the vehicle that went with Malaya? Like, I think it was towed later?
Yeah, it was actually towed by Commander of Operations. The guy's name is Josh. And he was actually pretty pissed about where they left it. They left it right at the bottom of Lansdowne Road when they left.
Interesting. And so
yeah, so he was pretty pissed about it. He said what he said is that goddamn fucking vehicle's always in the way of the search vehicles, right? So he said he's like, I had it towed out of here. It was White River Towing or something like that.
Okay.
Yeah, he wasn't happy about where it was left because they use that road quite a bit.
And you don't, when it was towed, were you still in communication with Malaya?
No. And my wallet was left in the car when it was towed. And then when I got my wallet back, everything was taken out except for my actual important stuff, like my driver's license, my bank card, my health card, all that.
What are you saying here?
Stuff was still in there, but all the other stuff was taken.
What stuff?
Interesting. And did the investigators ever tell you that they didn't search it?
No, they didn't.
Okay, so there's a possibility that they searched it, and just that you're just not aware of it.
That is true. That could be true. Yeah. Yeah, they can't tell me everything, so.
Right, and it is her vehicle, so I'm not sure if they would come out and say, "Hey, we searched her vehicle to you."
Yeah. Well, they tell me lots of things, but it's just some things they don't.
Well, I'll ask you this: did they search your other vehicles on the property?
I'm not totally sure. For the first couple of days, I wasn't at the house, but I imagine they did.
Okay. Well, I would imagine that they would have. That would have been a big oversight to not do that. And I'm not an assumption. It's just an assumption that the reason you don't know about it, obviously, is because, well, Malaya and you weren't talking. So at this point, you arrive. Officers are talking to Malaya. How long before the search team gets there?
The search team was actually fairly quickly. They actually had the command center and everything set up pretty fast. They had a lot of different, I don't know what you would call them.
Let me read what Steph said. But he used the phone light before to survey culverts.
Search organizations or search teams in Nova Scotia from each area. They have a total of 23. I'm not sure if all 23 made it here, but there was some from the South Shore. Tons, from all over Nova Scotia. And they had the Nova Scotia Guard called in. And the first helicopter arrived on scene within the first hour and a half, which was, I do believe that I was told that's a record for making the first helicopter to a search.
That is pretty impressive, an hour and a half. And the dogs.
But they had drones out. They had drones out much quicker than that. They had drones up within the first 30 to 40 minutes, I think.
Oh, wow. And how long before the dogs got there?
The dogs came much later. They were there that day, but for the first I don't know when the dogs actually showed up, but for the first few hours there was no dogs. There was no dogs in the Glasgow area. We don't even have a canine unit in Glasgow right now, like in Pictou County. So, and Major Crimes told me that. They said that we don't have a canine unit in Pictou County anymore.
Gotcha.
So a lot of the resources are coming from Northeastern Major Crimes, which is the Truro area, like 45 minutes to an hour away.
So it did take them some time to get out.
Yeah, but we had the best search dogs in the province at the house. They belong to Halifax Search and Rescue.
Good deal. And so you weren't allowed to go into the woods. Where were you at during this time?
I was actually back by my mom talking to her, and we were wondering why we couldn't go back into the woods. Say about 10 to 15 minutes passed, and a guy in military gear, it said Oliver on the back of his on his shirt or vest or whatever you want to refer to it as, or uniform, we'll call it. He actually said, Daniel, you can go back into the woods. And I actually believe he was later on. He was a canine handler, but I don't know if the dog was there yet at that point. Because I remember seeing him with a canine unit, I'm pretty sure, later on in the search.
And so you were allowed to go back in the woods?
Yes, and then I immediately jumped the fence, and I was right back into the woods, and I did all the streams that were up behind the house that lead into that little marsh that's actually to the left of the house. We showed.
Now, I don't know how true this is. I've heard rumors of this, that at some point you heard a scream and you thought it sounded like the kids. When was
that? That was later on. That would have been, it was on that same stream path when I was walking up through the woods. I thought I heard a scream, but you have to remember, I had a helicopter right above me. There was drones. There was already people searching at this point. So I don't know if it was actually a child scream or not, but it did sound like a scream, but it could have been somebody yelling for the kids, right?
That's possible too, yes. 100%.
But it was so hard to tell because the way the helicopter was going, it was going slow and doing. I was like, I almost swear I could feel like the rotor wash that was coming down off the wind, because sometimes they would go pretty low because the vegetation was pretty dense, because a lot of it's not hardwood, so there's no leaves, right? It's ever.
You're right. The details he remembers very selectively, right? Certain things he just remembers. And he talks about them, and the percentage, it's all a percentage game, guys. You need to think about what would make the most sense for him. How much time should be spent on certain subject matters? So when something insignificant gets drawn out more and more and more, but something that's really, really important, Jack's black eyes. I want to know about all of them, by the way. Jack had many black eyes. No, he was clumsy. Tell me about everyone, because it's a big deal when a child has a black eye. You would remember every single event. Okay, this was 2 years ago. This happened. 2 months later, that happened. Then this happened. He didn't tell us it was from running into the door. He didn't say that one resulted in a black eye. He painted him as clumsy. He used this to paint him as clumsy to make it sound credible that he would have been able to give himself a black eye. But he didn't go there, except that one story about the Tonka truck, or, Lilly must have done it. No, Lilly pulled her own hair out. She was protective of Jack. But Lilly pulled her own hair out, dude. And that has to be something, when Belinda hears this, it's got to be a very, very hard thing because Lilly was old enough to remember normal life, or more normal life. I don't know what it was like to live with Cody. I have no idea whether fights, did she witness fights? Yeah, but, my goodness, man. My goodness. I gotta get through this little by little now. Recap.
Green, so you have trees that are full of needles, so it's much more hard to, you know, get a good view from a helicopter through that stuff.
Yeah, no, I can. At any point that first day, did they question you guys all as far as maybe perhaps?
Yeah, I actually sat in my mother's vehicle, and Commander of Operations came down from the command center, and me and him sat in there, and you know, we went over some of the stuff we're going over right now. You know, did you know the kids are going to be home from school that day? Would you have kept the kids home from school that day? What happened in the morning? Did you see the kids that morning? There's a lot of the similar questions you're asking me now.
Yeah, I can imagine so. And you know, that happened that first day. So nighttime comes in. Around what time does the search stop on the first day?
The search doesn't stop on the first day. They go right through the night.
Got it.
Interesting. And when are you notified about a blanket?
If we're referring to the blanket that was up in the tree, or
Right,
just
well,
the blanket in general.
Well, let's rewind then. So there's been a lot of confusion that you
Yeah.
had denied that the blanket in the tree was Lily's that ended up being Lily's. Was there another blanket that was found out there?
There is actually another blanket. There's a full pink blanket. I was shown a picture of it, you know, splayed out on the ground. Officer Karen Mason showed me that. She's been, I mean, she was involved in quite a bit of the, you know, just back and forth stuff between the command center and me and Malaya and Mom, and you know, some of the people involved, and just trying to relay information, keep us up to date and stuff like that.
And this pink blanket that they found, was it something that they found close to the house? Or?
I'm not sure the location where it was found. There was a pink blanket. There was a water bottle. There was a children's T-shirt, and there may have been a sock or socks too. It's shown me as well, but none of them belonged to Lily.
Oh, Durwood was in it. Yeah, I saw CB Canada. I saw Durwood was in the chat. And that's why I was, and I mean, yeah, I have no business being around that.
He's right. I mean, none of them were Lily's. None of them were Jack's.
Do you know if all those items were found at the same place, or were they found throughout?
I'm not sure where they were found. I was just told that, are any of these items Lily and Jack's? We found them during the search.
Were they photographed together?
No, they were not photographed. They were photographed individually.
Okay, so most likely then they were not found together.
Yeah.
And around what time was this blanket, the full one that didn't belong to them?
Yeah, Diesel Reeser. Durwood is like the ghost of Elvis on tour.
What's better after 50, Gwen? Gym or Tai Chi?
Oh, shut up.
One builds ego.
Because I remember I was actually standing on the front deck when she brought her phone up to show me. So that would have been sometime during the day. So I'm saying between noon and 4 p.m. probably.
So 4 is when they found the pink blanket that was Lily's. That was a portion of the blanket, correct?
Yeah. I'm not sure on the exact time on that either. It would have to be after 4 because the school bus goes up there around 4 o'clock.
Gotcha. And
because that school bus, it goes up and
we talked about this. Let's see what else.
No, not that I'm aware of, and that's all fresh gravel. That's all fresh gravel. That whole Lansdowne Road was totally redone. It's all fresh gravel. You would see any footprints that were
in this chat
put on there at that time.
So the second day comes. They tell you about the prints on about the boot prints. What do you think about those boot prints? Who do you think they belong to?
I couldn't tell you. There's a lot of kids in the area. That's what I kind of think where they came from. But to find only one.
If any of you remember who talked about Malaya's car not being operable in the beginning, let me know. who it was.
On blueprint, the kids would have had to walk up that hill, and there's a ton of mud there, Daniel. I mean, that.
I agree, CB. RCMP, you see, and that's why I need to do Janie's got a rake. I do things like that because I believe they're going to now give a press conference and say, well, the cadaver dog search resulted in absolutely nothing. So we are concluding that no criminal activity. Okay, got it. But Daniel told us his car was towed. You see, and before he said no cars were towed. Okay. So pattern noted, right? The pattern, no cars were towed, passive language and no commitment and not a reliability. Well, we notice now how somebody speaks. And Daniel, you put yourself out here, so I have to, I have to get to the different parts. And this is an overload, of course, people. This is a major overload here. Major overload of information. It'll be a lot of dissecting. I don't know how long I'm going to do a little bit of this. I want to show you a part of a document also to clarify about the footprint. It indicates Lilly's size. I would like to get to this right now and then go back to what I've been talking about. I just received this in my Facebook Messenger. Because there needs to be some clarification. So those of you who say it's a distraction, well, let's make sure we read exactly what is in the file. No, Steph, Daniel said actually later his car was towed, Steph. Towards the end of the live, he said he was pulled over and his car was towed away and he had to pick it up later. That's actually what he stated. I mean, guys, some of you heard it, right? Please confirm. My ears didn't play tricks on me here. About the beginning? What beginning? Yes, his new Escalade. He told us in the interview, he told the other Daniel that his car was towed. And you see, when Drunk Turkey initially said Daniel's car was towed, I do believe he already had the line open. I don't know if it was through Kent or Durwood or whoever. At least he had some line, or maybe he talked to Daniel already directly. That's possible too. And so I believe he was able to confirm it, and Kent said it here as well, but Daniel still denied it, right? So he said it here at one point, that his Escalade was towed. Yeah, he said he was pulled over. So it was not removed. It was not moved from his property. Daniel clearly stated his car was pulled over. He was pulled over, and something about registration. It wasn't registered in his name or something like that. I don't think he said anything about insurance. And I will get through this again, people. I don't know when, if it's today or not, but this is really, I didn't expect for it to be, I should have immediately, but okay, anyways. It says, because Lilly's boot was confirmed to be a size 11, it is consistent with the boot print located on the pipeline trail in the search area near 1407 Garlock Road. Okay, these are the investigators' comments. So I want to clarify with you guys because I thank you. One of you has just sent me this via Messenger on Facebook. I don't know if he's getting paid for the interview. I'm not sure. I honestly don't know. I have no idea. Well, Dali Vision would have paid him. That's for sure. Well, I don't know, but Dali Vision offered it to Malaya. But Malaya is not speaking. I think that Dali Vision, the Daniel and Daniel show, yeah, you know what? Oh my goodness, people, this is really, really weird. Back to this. Oh, these titles, man. Gut-wrenching. Gut-wrenching. Boom. There we go. All right. So his live stream has ended, obviously. Yeah, Dali Vision offered Malaya $5,000? Really? 5K? And she didn't take it? Really? Dare I say, this borderlines avoidance, people. Because from what I understand, money, I mean, she jumped on it when there was a fundraiser. They take it? Really, if you have a bank and you say, what do I need this for? That's what that's what my tenants pay me every month. Or they pay me twice a month or whatever, you know what I mean? Then, yeah, I understand that you say, listen, my time is worth more than getting ready for the interview, being on camera, doing my hair, all of this shit. This is too much work for me. But the fact that Malaya, who, from what I've been told, is always in search for extra cash. I'm not talking about Tint. I'm talking about Dali Vision. Reward for what? A reward for info leading to find kids? Oh, really? Well, what do you mean get it right? I have no idea. I'm getting these bits and pieces from you guys, and I think he offered 500 first. That's when I looked at the chat of Crime and Shame a few months ago. I think I remember him offering $500. Okay, 5,000. Got it. Not even Cheryl contacted Dolly for Malaya. Absolutely. Got you, Heather. Okay. Dog. Fair Dinkum says dog treats would have done it. Oh, okay. So, yeah, Sharon. No, sorry, Sharon. Yeah. I remember parts of it, but either way, you know what I mean? I mean, she didn't want to take it. So, yeah. Let's see a couple more things, guys.
And the incline of that hill is, and that terrain is not easy for children. Just to walk up from the road to that pipeline would have probably taken over an hour. And by that time, the helicopter.
Yeah, and about the comment section during the live, I looked at it a little bit. It's you know, I saw it here on the side while it was happening. I saw it, right? And there was nothing major. I think I saw one comment from Daniel. I saw a lot of Durwood, which, by the way, it's a no-no to me. Durwood to me, no. I already know. Before he starts to talk, he already gives it away that he's gonna be deceptive. People can do that. That's why I always say, I love the information I get from you guys, but get to the point immediately. That's the best way to do it. If I don't know you. You know what I mean? If I don't know, well, still, it's easy for me to detect intention, but I need to be wired at that particular moment to do that, rather than just opening an email, looking at it and seeing, okay, I got it, good information. Sometimes I don't reply because I already got it, but the best thing is to get straight to the point and then tell me, you know, additional information, because I like to get whatever I don't have, right? One of you just sent me the screenshot of the document regarding the footprints. Thank you. You know who you are. Thank you very much. I've just shown it. I will get more into it later. We need to know exactly what does it say. What is the language, the exact language the RCMP is using? And then we have to figure out, how does it all align? The blanket, the boot print. When was it there? When wasn't it there? When it comes to the school bus, no, the blanket was found at 3 p.m. So of course the school bus going by at 4 p.m. wouldn't have seen it. Wouldn't have seen it. I want to get a statement of the last two people who could have been involved and analyze them. Yeah. Absolutely. So whatever our thoughts are right now, and there are different thoughts about the blanket, about the boot print, there are different thoughts here amongst you. But one thing that we need to keep in mind, what Daniel uses as a reason is not valid with the bus, you know? And why did Malaya say she has size 12 or 13? That's a huge difference, guys, a huge difference. Of course, she had no idea what her children's sizes were. She took them to Walmart to buy clothing and probably said, you know, probably put the shoe next to the foot and said, yeah, this looks like it fits. Put it on real quick. Okay, we'll do it. You know what I mean? No idea what her size was. Unless she wanted to mislead us. That's possible too. So.
Just would have seen them if they were in the woods.
You know, my only problem with that is if there's mud there and it's muddy, if somebody went out there and planted them, where are their footprints?
That is correct too.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If somebody planted it, where are their footprints? Well, how much activity had been there already before the RCMP got there or the search crew got there, right? Because there was a ton of activity. And what is the size of the foot of the child that was on the ATV? It says the size is matched, but the language is not direct in terms of, well, was it exactly her boot? They went to Walmart and purchased. Let me see exactly what is said here. Give me a second. Because Lilly's boot was confirmed to be a size 11, it is consistent with the boot print located on the pipeline trail. No, yeah, on the pipeline trail. Then the pink blanket. Family members taking part in the search. Gaston, it says Lansdowne Station Road. That's false. There's a lot of vagueness here. A lot of vagueness, people. It was for 100% Lansdowne Road. Daniel just said Lansdowne Road. He showed us where it was. I listened to the police scanner.
Yeah. Well, the main portion of the mud is actually on the actual four-wheeler trail that's on the pipeline. All the rest of the pipeline, for 90% of it, it's
the four-wheeler trail that's on the pipeline. That's where the boot print was. Right there. Okay.
all just moss and moss and just, you know what I mean, grass or marshy type grass.
No.
But still, if you're walking along that, your footprints would have left indentations in the grass.
Yeah, I would have thought so. I mean, especially if it's an adult, that's going out there.
And this is what they're sending, what Malaya sent to Janie. What was found. She sent one of those pictures from Google and say, here, this is what it looked like. Yeah, Malaya has a real eye for detail. I got to tell you that.
Heavier than these kids.
Yeah.
You would assume that they would have left some inventions as well. Now, this is here that a police dog handler located a set of footprints. Do you know if that's true? Like, how did they come across the footprints, in your opinion?
I actually heard the footprints were actually found in the middle of the night, and they actually had an untrained bloodhound up in that area. I'm not sure if that's what they're referring to by police dog handler or not, because there were so many dogs up.
When is the
But they did tell me they exhausted that whole area. They sent so many searchers in. They sent the dogs in. They exhausted that area for multiple days.
Yeah, and I know a lot of people might say, "Oh, well, this is going to your."
CB, what do you think? Do you think they actually believe Daniel, or do you think they were instructed to keep him talking? A show on what? Tell me what to do a show on. I will do it. Tell me what to prioritize right now, if you want. To who? I don't want to hear Drunk Turkey's theories. I don't even want to hear one of them. I don't even want to hear his thoughts. no footprints if you threw the blanket piece into the tree from an ATV, or if it flew there by the whatever, this is not what I'm paying too much attention to, because I believe, again, he talked about Jack rustling in the kitchen. But when it comes to Lilly, the only thing that we know, she screamed all the time. Nobody likes that scream, Janie said, right? So Jack was a curious boy, and Lilly screamed. And did you see how he backtracked from the scream in the woods? But first he wanted to tell us he heard a scream in the woods. But the helicopters, the enemy helicopters drowned it out because he was angry with the helicopters being there. Has Daniel ever been single? Well, I think he's now, before, I don't think so. Maybe, who knows? Durwood was really, let me see. You say Durwood was really pissed at you. You must have pissed at whom? At Callie? Whom was Durwood pissed at? Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, we saw the picture of the blanket, right? Should we look at it one more time? The picture of the blanket, people. I mean, I had it up here before. How, I guess it was found, supposedly. Let me see. I find it. Give me a second, people. Oh, by the way, I have a new Plaid's logo. I want to get this also. It's beautiful. Give me 1 second. And then we will look at the blanket and only at the blanket. I want to see exactly. I want to show you guys exactly so we can look at it. Give me 1 second. Why did she give a different size? Yep. I know I have the blanket picture here. Oh my God. Oh yeah. It's in the folder called blanket. This is what it looked like. Listen, guys, this is what the blanket looked like. But we don't have a, I guess this is what it was found like, right? Give me 1 second, guys. I'll be right back. Yeah. Oh, okay. Do you remember? Yeah, I agree. What you said, CB, absolutely. And how it got there, CB. How did the blueprint get there? Right? As I've said previously, the star was lost on McLeod Bridge. Other items of so did something happen there when he transported them? I believe Jack got hurt in the kitchen. As for Lilly, well, where is the language that indicates what happened to Lilly? By the way, remember the first interview? Did Daniel talk about both of them in the past tense or one of them in the past tense? I will have to re-listen to this one more time. The earliest interview. And I'm going to do that on my phone right now. I'm going to check it out. Please read entire document. Who reads the entire document? I'm reading the important, because I want to know if he talked about both of the children in past tense or only one of them. So I'm going back to where, oh, okay, here we go. Give me a second, guys. Here we go, I got it. May 1, May 2. Okay, here we go.
On everyone, that's what I asked for. I asked for that so early on, and there's not many places that do it in Canada.
Let's see.
We're flying somebody in.
Why do you think you need to do that? Do you think they don't believe you?
I think their side of the family doesn't believe me, and I just want to clear it up for everyone. Clear it up for everyone, not just the people online making crazy accusations.
That's not it.
Everything else.
One moment, Marley.
Teams from across Nova Scotia and New Brunswick, the Civil Air Search and Rescue Association.
That's not it. I need May 2.
And I want them home. Okay. Full that they are feeling warm. We're all filled with pain and sorrow because we just want them found. We want them home.
Yeah, it's past, I mean, pain and sorrow for both of them. So as much as I would love wow, I'm getting a lot of messages. Give me a second, people. Oh, interesting, right? Wow. Give me a second, guys. I got something for you. Well, Daniel said on the show that his brother has a new Subaru 5-speed. I missed this. He said he wouldn't be out there though in the middle of the night because he has a wife and family. Oh, he felt the need to tell us why Daniel wouldn't be out there, huh? I mean, Justin. I thought he was getting, I don't know if he's getting a divorce. Yeah, you know what? I will go through all of this little by little. Okay. Thank you guys for the messages. I'm checking everything now. But yeah, initially she said 13, size 13 rainbow boots. That's 2 sizes apart, man. Hey, Magdalena. Let me show it right now. Let me show it again. I have the whole document. Yes, I have it. But this part is about the boot. Magdalena, I can send it to you also in private so you can look at this part and you tell me what you think. So how did it get there? What was the size of the other children's boot? No, Jack was size 10. But does it say, what exactly does the document say, guys? Because Lily's boot was confirmed. Okay, let me read the whole thing. Between May, the Hall went to the Walmart in New Glasgow with a record of Walmart transactions provided by Malaya. He was able to confirm Malaya purchased Lily's rainbow boots on March 20, and the SKU number corresponded to a size 11 boot. Because Lily's boot was confirmed to be a size 11. It is consistent with the boot print located on the Pipeline Trail in a search area near 1407 Gaylock Road. And what I initially suspected was that when he transported the children, well, you tell me. Magdalena, I send it to you right now. Because I need you to tell me, and you can do so in chat or in private, exactly what your thoughts are about this.
My work is easy because I use ClickUp.
The sketchy timeline, yep.
Now, did they tell you they didn't find nothing, or did they just not mention anything? Because I mean, could
They didn't mention
something and
anything
not
to
say
me.
it?
Yeah.
All right. And so, did they?
But
they
I
inform you
but I
where they
think-
were gonna be at?
But when I went by on my Friday's meeting with right after my visit with Meadow, I didn't see any of the vehicles at Northeast Major Crimes where I've seen them. I've seen one on Wednesday, right? The K9 unit handlers SUV. So I figured what they're doing, they still have the cadaver dogs out, but
I missed the end. Let's hear the end.
If it's,
so.
do you think that any dogs or any searches are gonna?
And also, Daniel, I want to add to that. This is backed up,
Okay, here we go.
right?
I would assume so. You know,
Yeah.
when they say that there's no evidence of a criminal offense, I would assume drugs would be a criminal offense.
Yeah, that's correct. And investigators even told me, they said, Daniel, if you had any drugs, we would just take them. But we know there was no drugs on the property, so.
Yeah. And I know that Malaya's family has mentioned that. Has, to your knowledge, Malaya mentioned that to anybody? Was that just
I
your
think she
family?
did. But, I mean, the narrative's always been targeted at me, right, though, Daniel?
Gotcha.
And, you know, I'll stay in the spotlight as long as it takes, because as long as I'm the target, the individuals or groups or whoever has the kids, they're gonna feel more relaxed, and that gives
Wait,
investigators
what did
a
he say?
chance.
What did he just say? Whoever has the kids? Let's see what that was.
And I know that Malaya's family has mentioned that. Has, to your knowledge, Malaya mentioned that to anybody? Was that just
I
your
think she
family?
did. But, I mean, the narrative's always been targeted at me, right, though, Daniel?
Gotcha.
And, you know, I'll stay in the spotlight as long as it takes, because as long as I'm the target, the individuals or groups or whoever has the kids, they're gonna feel more relaxed, and that gives investigators a chance to strike.
So you believe that the kids are alive?
Yes, 100%.
So you believe the kids are alive? Yes, 100%. Percentage.
I hope every day.
I hope every day. Hope is a little bit different, right? From 100%. This is him trying to portray certainty. Do you believe the kids are alive? Yes, 100%. Right? 100%. Overselling followed by minimizing.
I believe the exact same as RCMP do.
And all of a sudden it is with the RCMP. It's no longer about you. That is doubling down on the minimization. Do you believe the kids are alive? Yes, I do. That would be reliable. Just that. So guys, listen up right now. Magdalena, you got it? Yes, the documents. So listen to this. Listen to what he just did.
Chance to strike.
So you believe that the kids are alive?
So do you believe the kids are alive? A reliable confirmation is, yes, I do. I do, yes.
Yes, 100%.
And the sentence is not finished after yes, 100%.
I hope every day.
This is in one sentence. Yes, 100%. I hope every day. A reliable statement would be yes, I do, or yes. Nothing left to add. Too much additional wording. Minimization of what you just said. Oversale, minimization. The need to oversell is right here, people. The need to oversell. You notice this? He cannot just say yes. It's a complete contradiction. This is a complete contradiction, people.
I believe the exact same as RCMP do. They didn't go into the woods.
Exactly. I do and believe it's completely different. Who name dropped Mike and Sonny? I missed that. I believe the exact same thing as RCMP do. Now he needs backup from the RCMP people. Oh, okay. Oh. Yeah, I'm sure that Sun Cycle may have a couple more songs in him. There's a big possibility. Maybe he has a couple of more songs in him, but this is already good. I'm going to play it in a minute. You guys, for those of you who haven't heard the new version of Janie's Got a Rake, it's out now. And yes, I will remember immediately after this to put the link down there into the description box. That's what I'm going to do immediately after that. See? I believe the exact same thing as RCMP do. Well, he was asking you what you believe. So why do you need backup now from the... But what do you mean? The RCMP told you they think you killed them. And everything was about the death and the murder of Jack and Lilly. That's your wording, guy. That's your wording, Daniel. This is how you worded it. Nope. He does not only not believe the kids are alive, I believe he knows that they're not alive anymore. I believe that's exactly why he feels the need to oversell it. Otherwise, he could just say, yeah, I think so. I don't know. But this oversell makes it a very distinct possibility. Yeah, Marley. I will talk to you about that in a minute. Anything related to Marley, write lyrics, anything related to the case. I can put music to it. Keyboard, at least, and drum machine. You see? They didn't go into the woods. Okay, the woods, so you mean what? What are you trying to tell us here?
What do you believe happened?
I don't want to go into any theories. I don't want to point any fingers.
What do you believe happened? Or what do you know happened? That would be more appropriate. But of course, CB Canada, I also think, I mean, what do you think? I'm sorry I didn't read your comment. I had people sidetracking me with some good stuff and some real horse shit. Not here in chat, but, well, I have to take care of this. But so does Daniel agree with the RCMP about no abduction? It's a good question. Stranger or known person. So maybe they were instructed in that live chat. Maybe he instructed the moderators that anything negative, we need Daniel on there. So anything, but you know what? That's why I'm here, because that's why somebody has to point out the things that are important, that matter. Cool. Exactly. And we don't want to go into theories, Daniel. You misunderstand me. I don't have theories. I want possibilities, because theories and opinions, in my thought, I almost said in my opinion, don't really exist because it's too broad of a spectrum, right? Theories can have part fact, part untruth, part fabrication, part nonsense, be it your own fabrication or somebody else's that you believe. A lot of times people share other people's fabrications, right? They don't think for themselves. They do not think for themselves at all. I don't want to point any fingers. Well, then don't. What about the comments you made about Malaya before? Are you taking them all back?
Because I've done that so many times online.
Yeah. Why did you do it? Pointing the fingers at Malaya. And her relatives? Why?
And so I'm gonna refrain from doing it, Daniel.
Well, were you lying? Were you wrong? Or were you correct about it? This is major avoidance here. Let's talk about it. What did you say about Malaya? Why did you say it? Were you just angry and you made shit up? Or, you know, he doesn't want to go there. You see? Oh, I'm sure, Marley. I'm sure that they are, you know, well, he wanted him on, he got him on. And was worried that Daniel would, I think he was one of those guys who gotten statements. He was like one of those interrogators maybe before, who knows? But I don't see any detective skills in him. So I don't really, you know, that's why the opinions are not important to me. I don't want to hear them. I want only Daniel's statements. So you're good. Now you're taking the gentleman role. I'm going to refrain from it. I don't want to do it. Well, tell me about these. Let's clear it up, dude. Just say I was lying because I was angry or something. We're here to vomit together. Yeah. I like that. Am I the only one finding this interview to be actually infuriating? Am I overreacting? Yeah, you know what, Lindsay? I distance myself before I go there. And I'm assuming he will tell me the truth and I let him talk me out of it. But there are times I need to stop and say, okay, I'm not going to let this overload me. So it was an overload when I listened to too much without commenting, right? He wants to plant seeds. That's exactly what he's trying to do. He doesn't want to backtrack from what he said because he's happy about planting seeds. It has nothing to do with he doesn't want Malaya in trouble because I believe he knows it will not go well for him. But if people go there and continue to promote anything other than him having done something, then it's a win-win situation because nothing can come out of it, even if police investigates it, right? Malaya's family, they're not going to be harmed. There's not going to be any, he doesn't want to take it back. Yeah, Diesel Weasel, I get overloaded. What I mean is before I allow myself to go there. Before I allow myself to go there, I need to be clear-minded, very clear-minded.
Do you think it was an outsider?
No, because on the second day they came out and said this is not an abduction. An abduction means that the individual or parties that took the kids wouldn't be known by the kids. That's what an abduction is. So.
Oh, now you're being technical. Okay. Wouldn't be known by the kids. Really? Don't we read about abductions all the time? This 4-year-old boy has been abducted. He was last seen in a Nissan Pathfinder with his father who doesn't have custody of him. That would be an abduction. Because whoever took them wouldn't have legal custody of the children, Daniel. It doesn't matter if it's a relative or not. This is not the definition, dude. You can say they were abducted but I think by a family member. Am I hallucinating or what? I have seen so many Amber Alerts and it was a relative. It was the father who, and sometimes they say the father's crazy. He took his son or his daughter and there was a custody battle and he's a violent man and he has a registered firearm, be careful, and so on, but it's still an abduction. Right? Let's make this very clear, people. We need to be very clear about these things because otherwise it's hillbilly gaslighting. Seriously, this is hillbilly gaslighting, dude. I'm sorry, Daniel, but this is how I look at it. By the way, wow. Thank you so much for this one. I like this. Another version of the logo. I really, really like the red color, by the way. I may stick with this one, actually. Wow. Me too, Sandra. Yes, Robin, exactly. Yes, Robin. Robin Edwards, 100%. 100%. He does not, you know why? Because he knows that the people whose minds have already gone there onto the Durwood side, he knows if they stop, if they realize Durwood was full of it, it was a fabrication, they will look at Daniel again. The people who think along those lines, meaning a seed was planted in their brains and there's a tree growing in their brains that is limiting their eyesight and their ear capabilities or their mind function, these people will say, okay, so this was bullshit. Well, Daniel, what happened Thursday night? You know what I'm saying? It's hillbilly gaslighting, people. That's exactly what it is. And this is why I use this, and of course, some of you have said, Mike, this is a stupid thing for you to do because now Daniel will never talk to you. You know, here we go. There was the original version of hillbilly gaslighting. You see, he's opening the bin. There's a bear. He's dropping off the fish and then he's getting the blanket, tearing it in half. Yeah. See? Abduction. It is an abduction. It doesn't matter if the child knows the abductor or not. It doesn't matter if the child goes voluntarily or not. In these cases that we have all seen the Amber Alerts of, these fathers didn't put a gun to their child's head and said, come with me. They said, we're going on a trip. And the kid said, okay. They said, yeah, I just got off the phone with your mom. And she said she has to work a lot and we can go to Disney World out of state. Okay, cool. It's a freaking abduction, man. Hey, Magdalena, are you still there? Let's hear it.
When the RCMP said it wasn't an abduction, that means the person that has the kids is known by them. And because I was with Malaya for 3 years, I think I may know the person that has the kids, right? Because I was involved in the kid's life and I was involved in Malaya's life. So, but I went to investigators with every single lead I have, and they listen, but I don't know what they're planning or their plan is, right? Because they don't let me in on that stuff, right?
Gotcha. Yeah.
But they always just tell me don't pursue any leads, don't fly any drones, don't follow anybody, which I don't. So
that's good advice.
It's good advice. Yeah, he's sucking up to Daniel. I mean, he wants him to keep talking, and I'm happy he does, actually. That's what an abduction is. God, dude. So, dictionary and AI and everything. Yeah, that's what an abduction. Okay, thank you, dude. So?
When the RCMP said it wasn't an abduction, that means the person that has the kids is known by them.
That's his conclusion. That's what he wants to go with. That's the original Durwood Daniel meeting with Janie there. But remember, Daniel told Belinda Janie heard a shh that morning. And then Janie told Belinda, yes, that's what I heard. And later, Janie took it back and says, Belinda is fabricating. You see? Here's the thing, people. These guys are overselling. They're using deceptive measures to try to convince you of something that isn't the case. If the truth was on their side, they would not feel the need to follow Facebook groups, go around and work so hard using fake accounts and deceptive measures. to try to convince anybody of the truth. You would say, you know what? They're on the reservation. Please check it out. That's why, people, Durwood, I don't give him the time of day, not even second of a day.
And because I was with Malaya for 3 years, I think.
Because you were with Malaya for 3 years. Okay, let's see what you think.
I may know the person that has the kids, right? Because
I may know the person. Okay, may. I think I may know. I think I know maybe a lot stronger. I think I know who it is. I'm not sure, but I think I know. Minimization again. Oversale or minimization. He's never in the middle. He either oversell, he feels the need to oversell and then minimize in order to create inner balance. You know what I'm saying?
because I was.
Did you tell the RCMP, Daniel? What did they say about it? What did they do about it? Tell us that.
Involved in the kid's life, and I was involved in Malaya's life.
Yeah, be definite, Mr. Seed Planter.
So, but I went to investigators with every single lead I have, and they listen, but
Yeah, they listened and said, get the fuck out of here.
I don't know what they're planning or their plan is, right? Because they don't let me in on that stuff, right?
Yeah, let me guess. They said, okay.
Gotcha. Yeah.
But they always just tell me don't pursue any leads.
Right. Here's the excuse why all he does is talk about it. Why all he does is plant seeds. Why he takes no action. Why he doesn't name anybody in public. Waiting for the Netflix offer. He's making up stories as he goes along. That's exactly what he's doing, people. Exactly what he's doing. That's exactly what he is doing, guys. He is giving us already a preemptive excuse why all he does is plant a few seeds here and there and commits to nothing, not even linguistically. So just keep the bullshit out there. Why? Because the moment Durwood came on the scene, a lot of people have backed off of him. As crazy as it sounds, a lot of the undecided people, you see them in the Facebook group too, they have no pot to piss in. They have absolutely no clue. They just want to talk. And when they say something about my channel, they say, oh, why is he playing? If he plays Janie has a rake, he must not be serious. You know what? I do not abide by formalities because I'm good at what I do. And that's my only focus, right? Empty-headed people that love to focus on these types of things, but don't care about figuring out what goes on behind the scenes, which is my only interest. And to me, it is so obvious, looking at Daniel's language alone, what he is doing, guys. It is so obvious what he's doing. What did Marley say? I missed it. I'm happy to have you here. They didn't issue an Amber Alert because there was no proof of her. Yeah. They didn't believe you. They didn't believe you, dude. They said, what do you mean abduction? Who? What do you, what? Actually, oh really, CB? It was a Canadian person in the beginning, somebody you're all aware of, who said, "Oh my God, these fucking hillbillies," when talking about Durwood. It was a Canadian person. And I thought, okay, in Canada, it's also a common term. But the first person who referred to them, to me, when talking about all the, oh, Durwood, he had a relationship with this person, then he's related to them, then he had a, and said, "Oh my God, these fucking hillbillies." That's what one person told me. And it was a Canadian person, so I figured that it's... it is obvious to anybody who knows how to pay attention. Cool. Thank you, Marley. Oh, does he have a gap between his teeth? He has like a Arnold Schwarzenegger type of gap, right? David Letterman type of gap, maybe. Yeah, A. Balance talked about... No, A. Balance was not the one who said that. I'm sure he may have said it. I mean, he may have said it, here and there, but that's not the first person who said, "Oh my God, these hillbillies." Hey, Wolf. Yeah, Justin. I would love to interview Justin about the blanket in the trash. Justin, I can guarantee you. First of all, he doesn't like to lie. He would maybe even tell me the truth if I was able to show him where the deception of Logan's and Daniels are. He may actually say, "You know what? Or he would say, I'm not going to talk about it, and that's it." Of course, I count this as an avoidance, but it's not satisfactory already, right? It's not. Even if there's an avoidance, it's only the beginning. We have to know what exactly triggers them to avoid something, and what is the exact area that they're avoiding. What exactly is going on behind the scenes. The same when somebody says, "Okay, I point out here's deception, here's deception, here's deception." Well, where do we go from here? That's what matters. Where do we go from here, people? That is very, very important. And yes, Magdalena, you're right. Why would they find only one boot print from Lilly? Only one boot print, right? Okay, a couple of them. So what about Jack's boot prints? Yeah. Thank you so much for your message. And as I said, sometimes some of you, I ask you different questions about things that don't necessarily have to do with statement analysis. But when I need to fill in some blanks, since the RCMP is, in my opinion, not doing what they should be doing, sometimes I ask you guys for advice. And I'm very happy to have access to you guys in that regard. Where's Justin, Daniel? How is Justin doing? That would be a question for him too. But Justin's Facebook, he's never really been active on Facebook. He's never really, I looked at the friends list, but it's like he's not a Facebook kind of guy. You know what I mean? He's more reserved in general, I think. Don't pursue any leads. That's why what he's telling us, don't get suspicious if my words and my actions don't align. Don't get suspicious when I spew a bunch of stuff like Durwood does, but don't act up on it. Hey, Canadian crime queen, how are you? I didn't understand the reference, but yep. So this is a long one, man. But you know what? I'm far from done. Even whenever I'm going to shut this off, I'm gonna. This gives me so much, man. But the important thing is that, you know, don't convince anybody of anything. And even Daniel said that Facebook group is bullshit, and that the admin is asleep at the wheel. Yeah, I agree. But you know, we both come from different angles. But I have to agree with you on that one. So they don't have a real interest in. It's just one guy, anyways. Yeah, Janie's Got a Rake is gonna be again. I'm gonna end this with Janie's Got a Rake. I think, guys, we've been doing this for a while now. Look it up, Mike. You'll howl. Okay, I will look it up. Snurt. A billy goat named Snurt. Mortimer Snurt. Google, I need you. Mortimer Snurt. Jesus. Mortimer Snurt. Oh, okay. Wow. I get the reference. Now I get it. Everybody know Mortimer Snurt, like Alfred E. Newman? Wait, I'll share it with you guys. Because you know what? Guys, this is a little bit overload of Daniel, man. This will give me at least 1 or 2 other lives. Because there's so much here. But I need to prioritize as well. I need to prioritize in terms of being able to. Okay, what was the reference about Mortimer Snurt? And by the way, Diesel Research said it, not me. This is Mortimer Snurt? Oh, okay. Gotcha. What did I do? Retouch? I hope not. I don't want to click the wrong shit here. Now, you know what? I want to talk to Daniel again. I want to talk with Daniel. I want to get him in here. I mean, here and there, I want to be able to speak with him. Yeah, I had no idea who Mortimer Snurt was. Daniel seems like a... Yeah, what you mean, like minimizing? CB? Look, the thing is that whatever Drunk Turkey's intentions are here, whatever opinion he gives, I'm not interested in. And yes, there's a possibility he's just playing to Daniel to get him to talk. Sure. No, that's not my middle name now, Marley. I can do better than that. Maybe my middle name should be Plaid. Because then people at least would ask, like, Plaids? Interesting choice. What does it mean? Guys, I think I'm going to, it's been a long time already I've been doing this today. And I will be back very, very soon with more. In Krista, thank you so much. Also Magdalena, thank you. CBs, I mean, too many people to thank. Marley, Sandy, GSP, all of you. I appreciate very much your presence and your help. And Wolf, I talked to you in private. Other people also, because I want to figure out things that don't have to do with statement analysis. Because I want to be able to fill in every blank that there may be. But I need to know certain things for certain, okay? So I'm gonna play the new version. The new version, one moment. Janie's got a rake. Okay, first. Oh, I'm happy this is over. Jeez, man. Okay, first of all, here's a beautiful new plaids. Thank you, Sun Cycle. Thank you. This is beautiful. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. I will post it. I will make a post here on my channel so you guys can use it or share it or whatever. And Sun Cycle, I will remember immediately as soon as I'm done, the first thing I will do is get the link to your channel on this video and my last one to reference your work, your channel.
I don't like to be on camera. I don't like my picture taken. I'm just a quiet person that just wants to be left alone, and I mind my own business. I'm just a hermit.
Could you stand Lilly straight?
She was terrorizing them. Little Jackie knew. Uh-oh, there she comes.
She's got so much to do.
He folded his arms. He was in defensive mode immediately.
What did her daddy do? What did he put Jack and Lily through? They said when Daddy was arrested, they found him on the Babylon trail. In front of helicopters running, now that Janie's got a rake, Fluffy's never gonna be the same.
Fluffy's never gonna be the same.
Janie's got a rake, now what's she gonna do? Filling up potholes or clearing for a pool? Observing Jack and Lily, she's taking Jack's butts, hitting them with snowballs when Daddy's on the ruts. Couldn't stand those kids, couldn't stand Lily's scream.
Janie and the Hermits.
Take it, no, we don't know what you mean. Janie's got a rake, now she's flattening in the drive. She's so full of love, she's working through the night. Earl's lost, she's the boss, now he's got no wife. Janie's got a rake, she's got no life. Someone call air rescue, cause Fluffy needs saving. Trapped in the RV with Janie's raiding. Fluffy wants to play with the kids outside, dreaming of the woods or an RV ride. Janie's got a rake, now she can't stop speaking, and the more that she talks, the more she's leaking. She's so clueless, she don't understand. Look out, Janie, here comes my demand. Statement analyst inspired by higher. Nothing gets past him, you just don't buy it. All of the BS that Janie's leaking. Here's her a new one, she is speaking. Janie's got a rake.
Come on, Jackie. Come on, Jackie. Let's go, Jackie. Let's go, Jackie.
Janie's got a rake.
It's all I hear out here.
She's got so much to do.
Where I was breaking that night.
The driveway needs a pull.
That's where the footprint was found.
What did her daddy do?
In the mud where I was breaking.
What did he put Jack and Lily through? They said when Daddy Daddy was arrested, they found him on the pipeline trail. In front of helicopters running, now that Janie's got a Rake. Coffee's never gonna be the same.
Yeah, it's a good image, man.
So, oh my God, look, he's such a dumbass. Jordan is crying because his dad needs a hall pass. We're sure that the kids have been taken. Players hiding them on the reservation. Michael's BS is not in the language. I listen from Australia with my 50-bite sandwich. Jack and Lily deserve the truth to be known. Peeling back the layers till the truth stands alone. Our hearts are breaking for the heart of Belinda. I don't know, but Janie can't remember. Little Jack and Lily got the forces of angels. Whipping through the lies as demand untangles. All through the night as Janie's raking. Janie's so dumb we can tell he's faking. Hillbillies can't keep the story straight. And the truth will come out and we're prepared to wait. We will never forget, we will always remember. May, June, July, all the way to December. January, February, March, April, May. The little Jack and Lily were here to stay. What a fucking yeah, what blanket, what wrench. The story stinks and we're cleaning up the stench. The world's on the search, we'll follow the scent. No matter how far the story gets bent. Janie's got a Rake.
Our heart don't lie, and my heart's telling me
Janie's got a Rake.
that my kids and I have nothing to do with this.
Got so much to do.
And I had nothing to do with this.
Her driveway needs a pole. What did her daddy do? What did he put Jack and Lily through? They said when Daddy was arrested, they found him on the pipeline trail.
Good night, everybody, and thank you for watching. I'll be back tomorrow. Peace out.